All right. Welcome, everyone, to this True Restoration live stream. I'm Matthew Arthur, and today I'm joined by my brother again, Alexander, or as you may know, also known as Chana. So, Chana, welcome to the show, and thanks for coming on again.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Not,
Hopefully this is a sign that some people kind of enjoyed the last one a little bit.
yeah, that's right. And if you haven't watched the last one with Alexander on the real truth of the Borgias, I do recommend checking that out. In fact, that received a lot of positive feedback. Now, today we're going to talk about the origins, I guess, of the slavery, I should say, as it says in the title, slavery and Christianity, what Protestantism or Protestant versus Catholic history reveals. Just to give that's a bit of a disclaimer, of course. We're lay people. Chana does most of the research. He's a lay person. Everything is, it's not like we're saying anything's infallible. If you have anything to counter or have different information, so to speak, feel free to put it into the comments. That's what it's all about. So just want to make that clear that we're not infallible, but I think Chana's got some good insights. Now, Chana, I'll throw it to you to just quickly outline for the audience what exactly are we going to be discussing and covering in this show before we get into the meat of the discussion.
Well, I think in most things in history and in the study of history, you've got to look at the context of things. So we'll be looking at the origins of slavery in Christian and Catholic societies, not like the origins of old slavery, because we don't even know when it started, but the sort of progressing tradition of how it worked when it first started interacting with Christianity in the early church. And then through that time, the development of basically the institution as it becomes more regulated, as has more restrictions added to it, leading to the eventual decline. But then very importantly is the difference between the systems used by Catholic societies or by the Catholic systems and by Protestant societies, because there's a big definitional, I would say, if that's a word, difference in how they both ran it. And what it has resulted in is that the word slavery has become such a dirty word because of the images it brings to our minds. Obviously, actual terrible images that truly did happen. Basically, there's a big difference in how it would manifest in different societies throughout history.
Brilliant. Thanks, Chana. So before we get into that, just got a few spiels to do. So if you're watching, please do hit the like button. Even if you're watching this later, please hit the like button. It helps push the content out. Good for the algorithm. And also for guests like Chana, it's kind of cool to be able to look back and see, how much do people like this, like this topic, and the likes give a representation. So if you like the content, hit the like button. If you don't like the content, don't hit the like button. We also have, just a bit of a spiel as well. So I'm going to put this in the chat. True Restoration is having a sale. I'm going to put it in the chat now, the link. It ends today, or should I say it ends tomorrow if you're in the US, but in Australia, it ends in January 31st. So this is where you can get an annual membership and save $50 USD on your first year. So what do you get? You can click the link and have a look what I put there. But just to sum it up real quick, you'll get access to all the courses, which is 14 seasons of Restoration Radio. You will also get 10% off any True Restoration Press purchases. So if you decide to buy some books, you like some books that True Restoration sells by being an annual member throughout your period as a member, you get that 10% off. You get access as well to certain media, and you can take a look at what's listed there. There's a lot of cool stuff you get. So it ends today or tomorrow, probably in the US for the next 24 to 48 hours. Save 50 USD on your first year. Okay, and for my final spiel before we get into it is, now if people are paying attention, you can probably see at the top left that all net super chat donations go to our guest. So if you like this content, you like how Chana's coming here, really he's just donating his time. So if you really like what he's talking about, you want to see more of it, or you just want to say, hey man, that's cool, I like that, if you put a super chat in through YouTube, if you attend the Bishop Sanborn live streams, you should be familiar with how it works. All of the net from the donation, so YouTube takes a cut, so basically all the net will go straight to our guest, Chana. So everything you give, you know, what is available to pass through to Alexander will be passed through. So if you like the content, it's a great way to show your support, even if it's $1 or $2 or anything like that. All right, that's all my spiels. I think everyone's getting ready for the discussion, Chance, so I'll throw it to you to get into it.
All right. So I think everybody's aware that basically the way slavery has worked in more distant memory in the Roman Empire, which was a very heavily slave-driven society, different numbers of slaves at different times. I think towards the end, they accelerated the number of slaves they had. But it's an interesting case study for seeing a slave society which sort of grew next to Christianity within that same society. So there's a case to be made that actually Catholicism and Christianity used to be the religion of slaves. That was what the pagans would actually criticize people with, because their society was so class driven that the idea was they would denigrate Catholics by saying yours is the religion of I think the phrasing is lower classes, slaves, and women, right? So that was an insight into everything that they didn't respect. So that was the sort of context for that. But you also have differences where, so obviously Christianity was for everybody, so everybody could become Christian. And you actually find a story, I think, from St. Paul in an epistle where he comes across a slave who has a Christian slave, I believe, who escaped from a Christian master. And St. Paul in this epistle writes to the master. He sends the slave back. He sends him back to his master, but he writes him a letter where he says, yes, he ran away from you and that, but I beseech you, you know, for out of charity and justice, to welcome him back, not as a servant, but as a brother in Christ. So there's the beginnings of the church always encouraging what is called manumission. Exact pronunciation, I'm not 100% certain. That's what it hit me. But so you could manumit a slave, which just means to free them. The fact that that's actually such a word that you don't come across very often looking through the history books is an insight into the English-speaking culture's attitude towards slavery. The fact that you don't have that. Every single European culture, except the Anglo societies, had whole systems and traditions around manumission, which was you have a slave, did a good job, whatever the process was, freed. There was a principle that came across in the Spanish colonial empire. This is jumping ahead a little bit, but just to add some context, where in their code it said all laws must lead to freedom. So that was the idea, is that freedom is the natural progression of a slave, basically, whatever the process that resulted in them being there. So you have slavery in the Roman Empire, very slave-oriented society. They went through all kinds of developments and social upheavals in restricting as well. And this is just, again, a purely pagan society. But for the good of their society, they had restrictions on what masters could do to their slaves. It was way more tolerant and geared towards the master than later Catholic societies and Catholic principles. But slavery in the Roman Empire was one of the social issues that Christianity was actually taking very seriously. And and I'll get into, there's one very unique and important aspect of Catholicism, which really caused the collision. But we'll be getting into that probably a bit later. But so what you have is the church, or the Roman Empire, sort of goes through its process. It loses different provinces, basically becomes banished to the east in Constantinople, the Greek areas, and then Europe is left as they are. That whole thing there with the people who built the modern European states. But so they still had that system to a very minor degree. So the Roman Empire fueled their slave economy by constant conquest, by constantly going here and there and blah, blah, blah. And it was considered justified because, again, sometimes they would do things dodgy, but the church or Christians at the time would argue for more justified measures. So, for instance, the church would argue that, hey, if you go on an offensive war where you are the aggressor and you enslave all those people, that's completely unjustified because they didn't even do anything. However, if people attack you, if there is a defensive war, you have been unjustly aggressed upon, then taking basically prisoners of war and using them as slave labor was considered a repayment for the ill they had caused upon your society. So that's a minor example of
that's how it was a lot done in World War II, right? Like a lot of
you
take the POWs and then
that's actually true. They would use prisoners of war as labor camp. And in fact, you could argue that by Roman definitions and church definitions at the time, the Germans who were maintained as a labor force, even for 10 years after the war, would officially class as slaves. Basically, that's sort of by the definition. What I'll bring up here, though, I've got a database, so to speak, of my notes.
So just to sum up, I think the point you made earlier, just to make it clear, are you saying that throughout history there was a real theme, I guess, of slavery, but it always was geared towards them essentially getting free, whereas in the English-speaking culture in more recent-ish times, like not now, but 100 years ago, that sense of all these slaves can get free kind of wasn't there. Are you saying that it kind of developed to a point where it was like, you're a slave, there's no even out for you? Is that what you're saying, or something else?
Well, we'll get into that a little bit deeper, but arguably, yes, and that's one of the reasons why, especially America, had a lot of problems with their slave class, is they had those people there, and they never intended for them to be free. That's just something that people. It's actually a really big difference in mindset. So if you have slaves, right? Again, in whatever position there is. Whatever position they're in, whether it's farming on a plantation, whether it's manufacturing, anything like that. If your idea always is, well, one day they'll be free. That's the rule. One day they will be free. You're going to have a slightly different attitude towards them, as opposed to, not only is this slave never going to be free, but we have to do our best to make sure they are never free, because them being free is a criminal offense, because that means they've escaped. And so they never intended for that people at any generation to become free. Arguably, you'll find throughout history some people talking about, oh, well, it'd be good if they get freed one day, or there were some abolitionists, they call it, who did want slaves to be free. But systematically, the way it was intended, the way it was designed and built, the slaves being freed, which did happen. Sometimes you would have a better master who would have not need them anymore, and they would free them for hopefully good reasons. There was actually a whole list of rules in Catholic societies about when you're not allowed to free slaves. because it's at a point of that causing harm and injustice. But systematically, on the whole, they never intended for the bulk of those people to be free. That was a problem for future America.
That's really interesting how that sort of developed, and I guess that's probably going to start getting into was that the Protestant systems, well, Catholic system. But I'll let you continue on the journey that you continue to take us through.
Yep, exactly, absolutely. So one thing I will do really quick is there is a Catholic definition of slavery, which you reminded me of mentioning. The reason why a Catholic definition of slavery is, I think, important to say is because, one, there are some people in history who did some mental gymnastics with wording to say this is absolutely not slavery. We just want everyone to know it looks like it, it sounds like it, but it's not slavery because we call it something else. Then there are people throughout history who look at some systems that like labor systems that Catholics used, and they say, "Oh, that's absolutely slavery," but it's actually not by the definition. It's a different system. So this is sort of what I was able to come across is, in the Catholic sense, slavery would be involuntary permanent servitude where one person has legal dominion over another's person and labor. So the main required elements are involuntary, not entered by free contract, right? That means that includes a coerced contract or a fake contract. So there were systems called indentured servitude where people would sign a contract they couldn't read. Modern law, not legally binding. Back then, you had the state supporting you. 2, legal dominion over a person. So it's not just a labor contract. So you have legal dominion over their person, where they go, how they live, that sort of thing, even on off working hours. And permanent unless manumitted. So there's no automatic term end. So basically, you could have systems throughout history, and this also even happened in the Roman Empire, where people, so nowadays, if you need money, you could remortgage your house, that sort of a thing. Back then, there was a phenomenon where if people needed money, they could sell themselves into slavery for 10 years or 5 years or whatever. And then it was basically like forcing yourself into, I guess, a decent enough job. Hopefully, there were risks associated with selling yourself into slavery. But even if the purpose is, oh, I'm going to be a slave for 5 years, I'm going to get paid. That was another big thing, is that oftentimes people would pay their slaves, and that would go towards their own value and eventually result in them paying for themselves. That was a way of being free. But all of these they're not automatic term end. It's maybe 5 years. We get to 5 years, but it still requires the consent of a master. So, yeah, basically that's sort of, I think, the main definitional thing. So you could argue that, again, the prisoners of war in World War II are probably the only thing that would negate that is if they did have an automatic term end, like that you were condemned to, because then that becomes, what do you call it? That becomes, I would say, like almost like a crime, like labor for, like forced labor for a crime sort of thing, judicial labor. However, in the same sense, it was arguably not automatic, because when they got to the end of the 10-year, sentence of working in the gulags, they weren't automatically free because they still needed to have someone in the process make the decision. They couldn't just walk away. So I'd say that definition is something to keep in mind, and we might come back to that, but it might be enough just to put that into people's minds. So the process you get is all throughout Europe. Early Europe, after the Roman Empire lost its way in Europe and crumbled in Europe. Then
what
you have
just roughly years of that? What, in years, like decades?
Oh, so this is through about 500 to 1500. So this is the 1,000-year window. So
Yep.
what you have there is the church capitalized on, I would say, the loss of the slave society of the Roman Empire by bringing in even more restrictions. So the church was normally a social influencing force, but one thing you find is that the church rarely ever outright bans anything in a way that's going to rock the boat, because it seems that their philosophy is, if society has bad things in it, it actually doesn't necessarily work just to ban it, because bad institutions in society, depending on how bad they are, there obviously are limits to, there are limits to that. Some things it's completely unacceptable, but you want to bring the society to a point where they ban it. That's the idea the church had, is that you need to influence society, influence hearts and minds and the leadership and all that, until they make the decision, no, this is wrong. And so then it has to go. So slavery sort of took a bit of a it sort of went a bit underground through early European society. I haven't looked too much into it in how, like, because that's not really the focus of the slavery I've been looking at. But the fact is that you had just less clashing civilizations in large areas. You obviously had the front lines in Spain against the Muslims, and then in the Balkans and all that. So you had wars and things like that, but those societies didn't seem to be driven by the need for slavery as well. They didn't need slaves because their peasant class, the serf class, actually just did the work, and they weren't a hugely urbanized society either. So it was kind of a little bit unnecessary. But what you do have, and also the church heavily opposed enslaving other Christians. That was just a thing. Like, so wars between Christians is like, no, you can't enslave them. So, but what you do find is, in the cases where there's clashes between the Christians and the Muslims, so the Muslims were prolific slavers. They were a very slave-based society. And so whenever they fought and had clashes with Christian nations, they would take slaves as much as they could. That was just considered the norm. Now, the way it worked in reverse was that Christians, if they fought against the Muslims, they could take them as slaves if they defeated those people. You also have a very unique situation in Spain, where throughout the Reconquista, their whole goal was to take all of that land back, the entirety of Iberia. And if you're taking the entirety of Iberia, there's not really anywhere in Iberia you want the Muslims you've conquered to go. You don't want them just going further and further back if you've got access to them. So what would happen is, very often there was a lot of encouragement to convert. Again, that's an example of the church would often try and get people to convert if they were conquered or subjugated. They wouldn't force it. You can't force it. But so they would often enslave the Muslims who had been captured. And how that manifested, I don't actually know exactly what it would be, whether it was household slaves or whatever. But that's sort of the lead up to it. So now we getting into the early modern era, it's referred to as, which sort of begins around, actually, I'm not sure the exact year of it, but it's when Europe started reaching out into the rest of the world. So, and I think an interesting thing to bring up is one of the sort of the first justifications for what's called chattel slavery, if that's how you pronounce it again. So chattel slavery.
Oh, chattel?
Chattel slavery, or however, again, I've only ever seen it written down now that I think about it.
I think it's chattel. It's basically like an object that someone owns, essentially, and then you can
basically
livestock and things like that.
Exactly. So this was racial chattel slavery. So the first ever justification for that in Catholic society was the curse of Ham. or curse of Ham or Cam. Everyone's got a different way of saying that as well. But so the curse of Ham, which is 100% a misnomer, by the way, was the justification. Let me just get the words up. So basically, the idea is that I'm not going to go into the full story. People can find it themselves. But Noah curses his son, Ham, to be subservient and subjugated by his brothers. So that's the minor context. That's actually wrong. So Noah did not actually curse his son, Ham. He cursed his grandson, Canaan. Now, making it the curse of Ham makes it a little bit more broad, because there is an argument that the curse of Canaan was actually fulfilled and completely finished. So the Canaanites, you may have heard of this, who lived in Canaan, which is the place that God and Moses and Joshua brought the Israelites to form the Holy Land. So Canaan is, or was, Israel. The Canaanites were wiped off the map by the Israelites when they took over the Holy Land. So the argument there is, well, that was the fulfillment of the curse of Canaan for what he did to Noah. But basically, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." So that's the curse. So some people took that and said that means black people are cursed by God to be our slaves forever, right? Like there's no other way to put it. That's just what it was. Now, interestingly, and I think a lot of Catholics don't know this, and they probably won't like it, the curse of Ham made its way to Christians through the Muslims. So the Muslims had similar, I'd say, textual traditions. They also would use biblical sources. They also had access to them. They actually came up with the curse of Ham to form the racial hierarchy. And that led to them instituting chattel slavery, which eventually, I think in the 800s, led to a massive slave revolt in Iraq. I forget what the name of it is. But so they tried to do the same thing, but the problem is that Muslims were so prolific in Africa that there were schools of Islamic thought who said, well, hang on, no, that's racist. Like, you can't do that because, no, like, we're all Muslim. Like, what's the deal there? So you had splits within Islam as well, schools of how to view this. But it made its way into Christianity. And the first time you see it in Christianity ever being used is by the Portuguese. So the Portuguese co-opted it, and they used it to justify their first pushes into Africa. So what you have is, while Spain is busy fighting the Muslims, this is before the Reconquista ends, Portugal, in a very prized position to be able to project into the Atlantic, they've got some very good ships. They've got some very good technology going into shipbuilding. They're beginning to explore Africa, like further down Africa than Islam has reached.
And just quickly, just to tie into the title and why people have tuned in, Portugal at this point in time, is it a Catholic country, Protestant, or was it?
Catholic. Protestantism hadn't happened yet. Portugal was again a Catholic country. We'll get into that, because this process led to them appealing to the Pope for a monopoly on basically colonization. So there's an interesting thing that had happened here. So the what are they called? The Portuguese have made their way down. They've gotten past Islamic territory, and they've made it into Angola, Congo, those areas. This is something a lot of people don't realize. In 1470s, the Kingdom of the Congo, spelled with a K. I don't know how they spelled it. The Kingdom of the Congo converted to Catholicism and became the first African Catholic country, excluding Ethiopia. But by this point, Ethiopia were Eastern, they were Orthodox. So the very first long-standing Catholic country in Africa was the Kingdom of the Congo, where the king himself actually converted to Catholicism. He imposed Catholicism as the state religion. His son went back to Iberia, was ordained, made a bishop, and was sent back as the Archbishop of, or the Bishop of the Congo, as in the Kingdom of the Congo. So that them as a Catholic society lasted for, I think, 200 or 300 years. So that's something a lot of people don't realize. But the frictions there that grew between them and Portugal were exactly surrounding slaves. So there's a story where the kings of Portugal appealed to the Pope. The Portuguese were in a very precarious position, which is they were quite weak. They were always quite weak and small as a country, and they were next to a neighbor who was consistently growing stronger, and that was Spain. So Portugal's there. Spain is literally growing further and further around Portugal. And so
these are both Catholic nations at this point.
These are both Catholic nations, of course, absolutely. The problem is Portugal had basically finished their Reconquista because their southern border had been secured, and now they didn't share a border with the Muslims anymore. So Spain was the one who was fighting the Muslims. So they both were progressing down Iberia at the whatever pace it was. Then Portugal hits theirs because of the geography of Iberia. They hit a coast, I think, and then they don't have to fight anymore. So the Spanish are fighting. So the Portuguese are like, well, then we can sail. We can really get into boating as our hobby. So they start traveling around. Prince Henry the Navigator, some people might have heard of him. He's quite famous. I think he was the one who really began to study or to discover further down into Africa. He was also the one who first started the slave trade. Now, the first use by wording, let me see if I can find this. So basically, one of his servants in the royal court, one of his Portuguese servants, basically describes praising Prince Henry the Navigator for setting up, for what he's discovered, because he did do some pretty good work, and for setting up the slave trade, and basically saying words to the effect of, it's unfortunate, but these people are forever condemned to this by the curse placed upon Ham, basically. And they invoked the curse of Ham. That was in, let me see. Gomez Llanos de Azurara. That's what he says. So this guy, it was the discovery and conquest of Guinea, which is in Africa. So he says, this is them, that justifying the slave trade by the curse of Ham. Again, that's using Muslim genealogies, by the way. The Catholic genealogies, the Douairians genealogies, they don't explicitly make that connection. There's no, as far as I'm aware, and I've looked at them, I couldn't find an explicit genealogy. So they begin the slave trade. They appeal to Rome and say, "Hey, Pope, your Holiness, we're really scared right now because we've just entered into some business endeavors, and the Spanish, they keep bullying us." Meanwhile, the Spanish were minding their own business fighting Muslims, but they were like, they keep bullying us. You know, we can't hack it. And they say, "Are you able to give us a papal bull to allow us a monopoly over this territory or over this trade and these areas?" And Pope, I think it was Nicholas V, who was dealing with a literal Islamic invasion, says, "Okay, yeah, well, fine. Like Iberia is basically the other side of the world at this point from what he's dealing with. So he's dealing with the invading Muslim hordes, right? Basically. And so he says, all right, fine, I'll give you a thing. So what he writes in this is that the Portuguese, they have the right and legal authority against a papal bull. It's not an encyclical, it's not doctrinal or anything. It's a legal document, which says that they may conquer, or they may fight against the Muslims, pagans, and they may conquer and enslave. Basically, they may conquer and enslave those people. There is a case.
That's not acknowledging their claim of the curse of Ham.
Oh well, that never came up.
It never came up, so they were kind of going. No. Hope they believe in this at this point, which is
there was an argument
people who are just
to be made.
In.
Yeah.
Do you want to just talk? I was just going to say for the people tuning in, the curse of Ham is this made up thing by, it seems like, Muslims, which is claiming that all black people are basically cursed and should be enslaved, which is just outrageous. And the Portuguese have kind of fallen for this and then trying to get the Pope's approval, but it didn't really happen in that papal bull. I'll let you continue.
Yeah. So they didn't go, as far as I'm aware, they didn't go to Rome on theological and biblical grounds. The biblical uses is something the Protestants used. They use the word biblical for a lot of stuff every time they're trying to justify doing something wrong. It happened in the Bible, but basically, there's an argument to be made that Pope Nicholas, did not truly understand the situation, in as much as if he had known that the Portuguese were not defensive, they weren't fighting defensively, they were going out and eventually they were enslaving people from a Christian population, which is the Kingdom of the Congo, or a Catholic population. So the general theory, again, the justification for enslavement was, are you in a defensive war against an unjust aggressor, and you don't want to let all of your prisoners this is another thing, you don't want to let all the prisoners go because they're just going to go back, join the army, go back to the military and come fight you again. So what you also have a dynamic, right now the world is very legalistic, I would say. There's hard drawn out declaration of war, end of war signed here. Back then, the world was...
I don't know if that's how the US is operating these days, or the modern war, even Russia. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, America hasn't had a war since Vietnam. I can tell because Congress said so. Russia hasn't. They haven't had a war. They're having a special military operation. I don't know what Israel said they're doing, but yeah. But again, you start to see, the funny thing is the rise of legalism. I don't know if that's the exact definition, but that's what I'm using to describe it. The rise of legalism led to people just not saying what things actually are. It didn't stop anything bad from happening. It just said people just had to make up different words for the same old thing that they wanted to do. It's just, well, that's illegal now, so I'm going to call it this. But so basically, the world was locked into what are more called civilizational struggles. So to bring up another book, I actually don't have it on my person, it's in the other room. But there's a book written by a Catholic historian in the early 1900s named William Thomas Walsh. And he was an extensive researcher into Spanish history and Catholic history, but his field was Spanish history. And he wrote a book about Isabella of Spain, which is very important because Isabella of Spain lived at, her era was very, very important. She was the Queen of Castile during the end of the Reconquista. She was the one who funded Columbus to discover the Americas for the Europeans. And she also was, I think she probably just missed the Protestant Revolution. I think she might have just missed that. But so this is a time when everything's happening. The late 1400s, early 1500s is what shaped the world as we know it now. And that's when she lived. But one thing it talks about is that, so there was a treaty signed, let's say, between Spain and the Muslims in Iberia. Okay, we're not entering all-out war. What we're going to do is we're just going to raid. We're going to raid across borders and enslave the villages of whatever it is. And if we find enslaved Christians in Muslim territories, we're going to free them. So that was what was considered peacetime. Just a little bit of raiding across the borders and minor skirmishes, but we're not actively trying to take territory. It's just, you know, whatever. We need a bit more food. We're going to steal your corn. That was considered peacetime back then. Because, or I would say it was more considered a truce, because the argument was in that time that the Islamic world and the Catholic world, the Christian world, they actually could not have peace. There was no such thing as peace, because at the drop of a hat, they didn't have declarations of war at that point. I mean, they might have sort of thing like there would be courtesies, but at the drop of a hat, and actually, I've still got this book here from last time in the Borgias. At the drop of a hat, the Ottomans could land in Sicily and just enslave a whole city and murder all the people and then disappear and just go back onto their boats and leave. That was peacetime, basically. So you have a civilizational struggle, which is marked by truces. So going back to what the Portuguese were doing, they got permission from the Pope, and he's thinking in this civilizational struggle, yeah, we're being aggressed upon. You can take slaves, right? You have a monopoly over this. The use of the word slavery or enslavement in that papal bull was probably not even the main focal point. The main point was saying you have the monopoly. Everyone now fixates on the word slave. That's what they have a problem with. But at the time, it was like, yeah, and yeah, you can enslave them too. Like it was considered minor.
So when you say what was the main point of the bull?
The main point was that the Portuguese had the monopoly over this territory. Spain was not allowed to touch it. No one else was allowed to touch it. So that's where you start with the Portuguese starting the slave trade, at which point they eventually became the most prolific slave traders of Africans in the transatlantic slave trade. So that's the process there. So that's where they really kick off the transatlantic slave trade and the justification of racial-based slavery. So later on,
just to sort of sum up, really what's happened here is Portugal, Catholic nation, but seems a little bit disingenuous, tries to utilize and get some sort of approval for, you know, basically these are our territories, but it's a little bit of a dodgy presentation to the Pope.
Yeah.
And again, the Pope, this is more of a legal thing. This isn't teaching doctrine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Papal bulls
it's more political. It's a secular political verse, you know, in that scope. And then even then, the intention behind the bull isn't, hey, you can just go to gold slaving. It's more like, oh, yeah, look, if you need to protect your lands and you're going against unjust aggressors, yes, of course, you can take those people back as slaves because they can also just go back and fight you again. And then Portugal's gone, we can just ride just hide a few, just hide exactly what we're doing and kind of go for gold. So just
we
is that
can
an accurate
get
summary of where we're at?
Pretty much, yeah. They really made use of what they got the Pope to sign, which again, that they all did really. When you think about it, all of the Christian nations or whatever, because that's another thing is that papal bulls were flying around all over the place. You get a papal bull to confirm someone was married if there had been like some sort of question about that. Like papal bulls were not that they were what was considered legally binding, not doctrinally binding or anything like that. It's not actually a matter of faith or even morals, I think, as far as I'm aware. It was a legal declaration of something. So every single papal bull, not only could it quite easily be not circumvented, it could easily be overturned. Any papal bull could be overturned by another pope writing another papal bull saying that one's overturned, or sometimes papal bulls after 2 or 3 popes would actually just become irrelevant and they wouldn't use them anymore. Like it was just,
Obsolete.
it was considered a legality of the time for the Pope at the time. Like there was a papal bull. Hey?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, no, it's crazy what we're up to. I'm looking forward to when we get into when Protestantism comes along.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the Protestant.
We haven't got to there. There's some scary stuff there. So for people
Yeah.
who are listening, thinking, when are you going to get to Protestantism? Is this just showing that Catholic nations are, they're the ones who did terrible things to slavery? All I will say is just wait, because we're really just laying down the context. So just want to put that little bit of information there. You do want to wait because it does get interesting. But I'll go back to China to keep going along the timeline of events.
Yep. Well, I think the important thing to keep in mind is this is well known throughout history is Catholics would do something slightly bad, maybe even a lot bad actually, and the Protestants were like, amazing. This is the best idea ever. So they simultaneously, the Protestants would again, more prolifically, the Dutch and the English. The Germans were too busy being in the middle of Europe, kind of, and the Swedes were too busy fighting the Orthodox, so they didn't really care too much about us. But the Dutch and the English were really the ones who took it to the next level. So they simultaneously, if Catholics had instituted something or had done bad things, Protestants were like, we're definitely going to use that. But if Catholics had done bad things that the Protestants didn't want to use, then they'd say, terrible. How dare they do that? Like, disgusting. This proves that God chose us to be his people upon this earth. So what you have is the curse of Ham becomes prolific throughout Protestant theology. Again, though, this is the thing about Protestants is they could just disagree with each other. So some of them who didn't like slaves would be like, no, I don't think so. And the other one's like, well, I think so because I've got slaves. And it's like, oh, darn it. Like the tiebreaker was the King of England, and he was like, oh, I love slaves. That's perfect. Like, you know how much money I make? So that's the process there. This is actually another interesting thing is the reason why the topic is Catholicism versus Protestantism. It's not just based on, what's the word? It's not just based on examples. It's actually based on literal differences between how Protestants and Catholics think and see the world and believe in morality. There's a systematic difference which caused that. And I'll kick this off probably. I'll kick this off into one of the big differences.
Do you want to wind it back? So I think this is great, but you can do what you want. But did you want to wind it back to the timeline of events that we're going to, or do you want to keep on this direction?
Well, the thing is that when the Portuguese kicked it off, that kind of just kicked off everything. So that's just it. That's kind of what happened. Is
so you already laid down the foundation of how
that's most of the foundation of how it progressed and why. And again, the institution which Catholics had in mind for viewing slavery. But so most people know Christopher Columbus discovers America, the Americas. Then the Spanish Empire takes off and they go into the Caribbean. First, they go into the Caribbean and then eventually into South America. Now, one of the last things that Isabella of Spain did before she died was she signed into law saying that Native Americans are free, equal subjects of the Spanish crown, and they are not to be enslaved. So that was a thing where people were like, oh, we should totally make them slaves. Because again, the Spanish wanted slaves too, as in Spanish individuals and people who owned land, they wanted slaves. And she said, actually, no, if they are in our territory, they've already been conquered by whatever process. It could be they literally rocked up and said, hey, do you want to join the Spanish Empire? And they were like, what's that mean? And they're like, well, we're going to give you food. They were like, yes, please. Whatever the process was. Sometimes not quite so nicely. Again, it was different everywhere, actually, the way it worked. But she signed in finally saying, no, they are not to be enslaved because they are free subjects of the Spanish crown. And the whole point is for them to eventually become Catholic, right? So
It's not the
they
best
wanted.
advertisement for Catholicism if, hey, we'll come over here and, oh, by the way, now we've enslaved you. Want to convert? We're pretty cool, aren't we? So it doesn't really
Yeah.
kind of goes
Well,
against the purpose.
yeah. Well, the other problem was to protect people who were already Christian. It's like, well, hang on. Well, no, you can't enslave people who are already Christian. But the problem is, if people were enslaving Native Americans, and then people are like, oh, I'm Christian, they're like, did anyone hear that? I'm not so sure. No, I don't think so. Again, there was a difference between the enslavement of Christians and owning slaves who became Christian. That was actually a different thing. They weren't automatically free when they were Christian because they were already paid for. That's another balancing act, is that the person paid for a slave, so they had invested into it, and by the systems of the time, they had a legal right to basically getting their money's worth, for lack of a better phrase. So that what do you call it? That ban actually sets a big scene for why in Spanish territories slavery was not racially based. Basically, the idea was it wasn't about race, and we will never let it be about race, the race of those people. It's about legal status. But
So
basically,
that curse of Ham with kind of essentially that thing that the Muslims brought about, claiming that all black people are cursed and therefore they should be enslaved. Spain's gone, what is this? That's outrageous. We're not looking at it that way. That's
It was actually, only 80 years. It was about 80 years after the Portuguese made their declaration. The Spanish made their declaration, and they said, "Nah, that's ridiculous. That's disgusting. No way. We're not doing. We're not about that life." So that's the system you have there. The natives were forever freed, never allowed to be enslaved, which, by the way, is unprecedented in colonial countries or in colonial empires, because Spain at that point was kind of the only global superpower by this point. They were reaching heights that no other empire had reached. There was no one to tell them what to do. There was no competition. Them banning the enslavement of the natives was a huge economic handicap for them, actually. They could have been unstoppable if they had used the gold mine of the native slaves, and they said no. And you see, this is probably for a slightly different topic, which is like colonialism in general. But you do see that. So when they first landed in the Caribbean, they did, enslave people, whatever that process was. Again, meant to be in a defensive war. But again, there's always people doing dodgies and breaking the laws. But so there was a situation in the Caribbean where the demographics of the natives was just becoming devastated. So the population of the natives in the Caribbean was dropping so badly that the government in Spain literally entered crisis mode, saying, this is like an emergency. Why are there so many people dying? What's going on? And it triggered investigations, and clergymen were sent there, or who were there came back, and they said, no, they're treating their slaves quite badly. So this actually happened. This is when it started. They said they're treating their slaves badly. They're enslaving people who aren't justified. And the Spanish government's like, wait, what? This is terrible. What's going on there? And this triggered all kinds of investigations, and they came down hard. And they said, no, you're not allowed to do this. This is horrible. And so they brought in legal restrictions, and then eventually the entire ban on subjects of the Spanish crown, which the native subjects of the Spanish crown. It's like, well, no, they're all part of it now. So you go from a position where, again, back then it was mildly morally regulated by the church. States didn't often regulate it too much, because you're following the church regulations. But this had kicked off a new era of the plantation era. Was something unknown, because the Caribbean islands were rich in, like, I think sugar was like their huge. That was another gold mine, and quite labor intensive. And so then they would really drive the slaves to get to work through that, and to an unfair degree.
Who's they?
So at this point, it was only Spanish settlers or Spanish landowners. It hadn't reached anywhere near its zenith, but eventually the Caribbean's quite a good case study, because the Caribbean had Spanish colonies, it had French colonies, and it had English colonies, plantation colonies. So it's a good case study because you can compare, because they all should have had similar conditions. They were all very different in how they manifested. So again, Spanish settlers started off doing that. Then someone said, that's wrong. You can't do that. That's unjust. You can't treat people that way. And that's what it all really boils down to, is that no matter what happens, there are some ways you just can't treat people, whether they're your boss or your employee or, an enemy or your slave. You actually just can't treat people like that. That was sort of the big, that's the first, I would say, marked difference between Catholic systems and Protestant systems. Was Catholics said, people are people, you can't treat them like that. Protestants said, they're not people, we can treat them however we want. That's, I'd say, is the first definitional difference.
That's the key difference in mentality. Is Catholics look at every human being as a human being, where Protestants are like, hey, if you're a slave, you're almost like a chattel, what you said earlier.
Yes.
Like just
yeah.
Or,
exactly.
I don't know, chattel, it might be chattel.
Chattel, chateau, or whatever it is. No, but so that kicks off the first reforms. So you have 3 monarchs in a row who are every single one of them brought more laws into the Spanish Empire in response to abuses, because that's the thing, that's the key, is that in the Catholic societies, there were people who did abuses. They abused the society and they did something wrong. They abused the system and the rules. They did something wrong. In the Protestant societies, they weren't abusers. They were just bad. You could treat people like that. You could kill people if you didn't like them. You could, and this is the big difference, which traces back to the Roman Empire, is Catholics have a unique view on marriage compared to basically everybody. Marriage and family is something that the Catholic Church is almost entirely unique on. And the reason why how that manifests is so going back to the Roman Empire, one of the big social issues regarding slavery was basically the exploitation and abuse of slave women. The church said, no, because marriage, right? It's sin. Like, these things are sinful. And that was completely unprecedented. Then you come to the modern time. And so you have a case where the church says, yeah, you can have slaves and you can pay for them and they can owe you money and blah, blah, blah. But there are rules of how you have to treat them. And again, the Spanish Empire imposed these rules. This wasn't just the church, crying out into the wilderness, trying to tell the people. This was, you had.
It's not like Leo saying there should be no war and all nations should just be peaceful. And
no, exactly.
In the wilderness. This was actually something that was a nation took on board.
No, the church had an enforcer called the Spanish Empire, who actually only ever enforced upon themselves. They kind of minded their own business, but they were too busy trying to keep their own society functioning, to what's it called, for moral posturing, which is the old way of saying virtue signaling, by the way. I'm not joking. Virtue signaling is the modern word for moral posturing. We'll get into that. Some people were so good at that. So basically, church has rules. In some cases, the church actually adopted rules that the Spanish Empire had already implemented. So the Spanish Empire said, this is just, this is fair, blah, blah, blah. And then the church would eventually adopt it later on for the universal church. And one thing for this, which again is a unique, because again, it's not about saying, this isn't about being racist. This isn't about saying that the Spanish race was itself a more moral. That's not how it worked. you had a very unique situation in Spain where you had a government with rulers who had at some point decided what is good for the church and Catholicism is good for Spain. And what is good for Spain actually is also good for the church. So they intentionally fostered a symbiotic relationship, which was very unique. Some European countries, whenever they started to get powerful, they would immediately try to steal power from the church, right? That was what would happen. And you hear of all that sort of stuff in England, in France, wherever. In Spain, complete reverse. They arguably they were a little bit further away, but it was a complete reversal. They actively said, no, we need the church to be powerful, because we work together. It's very, that's the decision we've made. And so immediately after Isabella of Spain, or shortly after, Charles V becomes the King of Spain and the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So he becomes one of the most powerful monarchs ever by territory. He is a huge reformer, and he takes Catholicism
my
very
camera will be
seriously.
off, but I'm still listening, so keep going.
Yeah, no worries. So what you get is he was the one who instituted, or not instituted, but really gave the support to a school in Spain called Salamanca, the School of Salamanca. And Salamanca was basically a Catholic university for study, kind of arguably you could say a bit of a think tank as well. And it was full of very intelligent Catholic minds, clergy, who would research and study theology, philosophy, and they would come up with, or they would reach conclusions about certain things, and especially about morality. There were a lot of theologians there as well. And what would happen is they would be able to speak to the emperor about stuff going on. So they will be presented with a situation, a legal situation even, or a moral situation, and say, well, how's that supposed to be handled? And they'd go back and they'd do all the research, and they would look through older theology, things like that. And they crafted and cultivated a whole school of philosophy as well, actually, theology and philosophy. And what you get is that they, at the drop of a hat, could go to the emperor and say, hey, if that's happening, that's wrong. You can't do that. That's just immoral. So you need to stop it. And the emperor would say, oh, well, then we should stop it if it's immoral, if something's wrong. Or he would go to them and say, I want to do a reform. I want to stop all this stuff from happening. There's new laws. Actually, I say new laws. The actual phrasing for it, what it was actually called, the new laws, was a set of laws that he brought in regards to the treatment of natives and slaves. But he actively would engage with these Catholic thinkers, theologians, philosophers, and these people were the founders, actually, of modern human rights in the Catholic sense, by the way. So the founder of the school, Francisco de Vitoria, he is regarded in Catholic history as the father of modern human rights, basically. Another guy named Bartolomé de las Casas, who was unfortunately the founder of the Black Legend, which we covered off on last time, because what he said was taken by the Protestants. So he was a very heavy critic internally of the Spanish Empire. So all these rules come in, blah, 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 blah. We'll skip to the main thing is, again, like I said, slaves are still people. You can't treat them worse than that. The church also was, and actually always has, but was moving even further in the direction of the dignity of work, of labor. The church has very, very strong protections for laborers, for workers, and it's actually a very heavily prized vocation, actually, within Catholic within Catholic thought, and slaves were overwhelmingly laborers. And
That
so,
sounds like something Australia's kind of just adopted. You know how I feel like compared to other cultures, like tradesman work and laborious sort of work, and even just workers' rights and stuff.
yeah,
It's probably influenced more by left-wing communist style stuff.
mm,
But the end result is sometimes you look at the Australian framework and view towards it, you're like, that's a little bit more Catholic compatible to compared to some of these other
well,
more capitalist nations. So it's kind of funny.
well,
This is
among
probably where
all
it
English,
originated from.
yeah, well, among all English-speaking countries, Australia did have the highest percentage of Catholics at its peak, compared to any of them,
Or maybe
except,
it wasn't influenced by left-wing communism there. Maybe it was influenced by our
well, it
also.
depends
I
on
don't
where
know.
it started. The exception is Canada, but those Catholics are French. So I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know if that's a fair comparison. Um, but yeah, so the church very heavily prized the dignity of work and labor. There's all sorts of rules, again tracing back to the school of Salamanca. Actually, a lot of the expanding upon it. So slaves are laborers. Labor and workers are very heavily protected. Um, Slaves could get married, they could have children, all that stuff, as you'd expect. Marriage is a sacrament. That's a big difference between Catholic and Protestants. Marriage is a sacrament, and it has nothing to do with the state. Every time the state gets involved in marriage, it's offensive to Catholic thought, actually. Protestants, they loved the state doing things because the state was how they got there, really, or the state was the one they'd put in. They only ever gained as much power as they could through the state. And so, like,
while we're here, well, this is great. While we're here, so Chana's been here for over an hour, and we will be continuing because there's a lot more to get through. But I'll just take this opportunity to quick, just a few spills that I did at the beginning, but people are tuning in. So, firstly, if you are enjoying this, please do hit the like button. It helps the algorithm, the algo, as they say. And also, it's just cool for someone like Alexander to see, afterwards have a look and see, how many people like this? Do people like this content? It's a good indicator of if the topic was good. One thing as well, so just to spiel as well, I've put a link in the chat, the live chat thing. There is a sale. Church Restoration is having a sale on its annual membership, which ends in the next 24 to 48 hours. You essentially save $50 USD on your first year on your annual membership, in which you get access to everything. The link spells everything out there, so some very good benefits. What I'm also going to do, we've got a few chats. They're more just general sort of things, but I like to highlight them because I like the comments. So we've got Scottish Thistle. Hi, Jesus Christ is Lord and King. Hello, and yes, he is. Thank you for the comment. And Mela Tarshall, that name just gets me every time. And it says Hail Mary, and yes, it's a very good prayer. All right. And finally, before we go back to Alexander, who's generously donating his time and knowledge and sharing his, what I find is fascinating information. If you do want to show your support, you can do a super chat donation just through YouTube. All net donations will go through to Chana. So essentially, whatever the net is, like deducting things such as mostly what YouTube takes, everything else just pass through straight to Alexander. So if you are liking it and you want to show your support and help them out a little bit, you're more than welcome to do that. And now we'll go back to Chana to continue.
All right, thank you very much. I think I've got my note-taking thing giving me a list of the things that what I did was I set it up to create a database, which I can then recall. But I've got some more direct comparisons, which I think is important now that we're sort of kicking into how it worked. Again, different systems work differently. So, for instance, like most of South America didn't have slavery by the 1800s. That's just how it worked. But the Caribbean islands, or the Caribbean areas, which were owned by Spain, such as Puerto Rico and Cuba, they did have slavery. They did have slaves because they still had, because of the plantation systems there. So you see a lot of cases where slavery left areas not through abolition, but through just the progress of the society. Like, we don't need slaves anymore. You don't need it. This is very heavily contrasted with the English-speaking world, where you had to pry it out of their cold, dead hands. So in America and in the British Empire, it had to be imposed top down, and was then there's a whole argument about what happened after that, how they basically invented new systems to just replace it because they couldn't function without the slave labor. But one thing I want to get onto, or I want to go back just to cover up on this, just going back, I think, to the curse of Ham, and racial theories, right? This is one thing I've heard. So in 1537, Pope Paul III wrote an encyclical called Sublimis Deus, and he says, let me see. So he's the one who condemned the idea that Africans are not humans. He said, no, they're all humans. They all have souls. And he says, basically, he goes into the satanic inspiration of racial theories. So he says, the enemy of the human race who opposes all good deeds in order to bring men to destruction, beholding and envying this, invented a means never before heard of, by which he might hinder the preaching of God's word of salvation to the people. He inspired his satellites who, to please him, have not hesitated to publish abroad that the Indians of the West and the South and other people of whom we have recent knowledge should be treated as dumb brutes created for our service, pretending that they are incapable of receiving the Catholic faith. So he said the racial differences as applying to theology are a direct inspiration of Satan, basically.
And I wouldn't be surprised, because if you look at even now in modern times, and just like all the stuff that's come about from that way of thinking and all the damage, it doesn't surprise you that does come straight from the devil. So
absolutely.
I think it's interesting that he said that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think so. The final condemnation, again, it's kind of long. It's longish. I'm not reading the whole thing. But so he says, desiring to provide ample remedy for these evils, we define and declare, big words when a pope says it, we define and declare by these our letters, or by any translation thereof signed by any notary public and sealed with the seal of any ecclesiastical dignitary, notwithstanding whatever may have been or shall be said to the contrary, the said Indians and all other people who may later be discovered by Christians are by no means to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property, even though they be outside the faith of Jesus Christ, and that they may and should freely and legitimately enjoy their liberty and the possession of their property, nor should they be in any way enslaved. Should the contrary happen, it shall be null and have no effect. So what this really leads to is it's very broad, but the interpretation from this was unjust enslavement. He says at the end, it shall be null and have no effect. So the point he was making, because what's the point people were saying, is that we can enslave them because, one, they are African or Indian, and two, they are pagan. And he said, no, that's not a good enough reason. That's just not how it works. The original laws apply. Defensive wars can result in this, that sort of thing, blah, 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 blah. But the enslavement.
So he basically said this whole, even religion superiority, like saying that you can enslave just because of religion. He's like, no, that's got nothing to do with it. The only way you can quote unquote enslave is if it makes like somewhat sense, i.e., you've got aggressors coming to you, you defeat them.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, hang on. If we just give you straight back, you're just going to come back and kill us.
Yeah.
It's prisoner of war theory in a way. And then it's like, well, if we've got you here, we must put you to use. That's very different. And then that's interesting.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this might have been one of the more heavy-handed declarations, by the way, from what I've seen. I never read the whole thing, but I knew what it said. But that really is the thing where, again, so people were saying, well, we're enslaving Muslims who fight us, and then we're fighting them, and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, but you're not enslaving them because they're Muslim. That's the fact that they're Muslim isn't good enough a reason, because then you could do what the Muslims do. You could just sail around the corner, find a village of random people trying to live their lives. They've got a mosque. Okay, we'll enslave them all. It's like, well, no, that's not good enough, because they're just trying to mind their own business. You should have sent a missionary there. Like that really was the idea, is that the church was saying, if you can send a missionary there, you shouldn't enslave those people. Like, that's just not how it should work. So I'll get to some direct comparisons. So first of all, we've covered off legal personhood. In Catholic systems, slaves retained legal personality. So this is very important, is that their legal standing. They could sue people. They could own property. They could testify in cases. They could sue their master, right? This is actually hilarious. They could sue their master to force him to sell them if they didn't like their master, right? And from what I could find, they didn't even need a reason. The fact that they wanted to sue their master to get a different master was reason enough. So they could sue their master, they could represent themselves legally, they could own property, they could have families, and another big thing, they were the head of their household. Their master, so if a guy had a wife and children, their master did not have authority over that man's family. That's the slave's family. He had authority over the slave in his capacity as a slave, but he could not impose onto their family life. Again, a very Catholic concept.
Yeah. And I think an interesting point how you mentioned that they even have the right to sue. Well, what does that do for their master? It makes the master go, gee, I better be a pretty good master to them, otherwise I'm going to lose my money. Like,
Exactly.
you give people economic
Absolutely.
incentives to do good. People are just going to do more good, even if they're not of goodwill. It's just it's a better system.
Yeah. The other thing as well, actually, we talked about the protections of the dignity of workers. There is also, the church also balances a huge respect and protections for people's property and also people's monetary investment, people's finances. So that's why if someone pays for something, you can't get around the fact that they paid for it. So the church and the state, they wouldn't come in and say, no, that slave's just free, right? That slave's just free, if we're imposing it, because they did actually pay for it. And it's like, well, at the time, it wasn't unjust or illegal, right? However, that obviously, if someone steals something or unjustly gains something, that's different. But like, if you buy something and the state says, oh, no, actually, you can't own that anymore, that needs to go somewhere else, you should get reimbursed. That's just how it works, because you actually paid for something in good faith. So in the Protestant, the prime examples, British and American, slaves were property, no legal standing. They could not sue, they could not testify against whites. This is the key word here, is the word whites.
Oh, so that racial superiority, which Pope said that comes straight from the devil? Which Pope?
Paul III. Pope Paul III. So the next one down is you have the right to petition. So this is something people in the modern world have completely forgotten about, I think. And so people nowadays talk about your rights, your voting rights, right? That's how it works. Or the biggest thing actually is representation. We need to have representation. That's what democracy is all about. I don't even know how those societies used to function without representation. I do. They had a system called recourse. I don't know if you know exactly what that means, but it's like, I'll have to get an exact definition of recourse. But the idea was, okay, recourse, the act or an instance of turning to or making use of a person or thing for aid or in an effort to achieve something. The example here is have recourse to the courts, or his only recourse was the police. So that sort of thing of turning to people for help. Now, nowadays, yeah, you can send a letter to your local representative and he might even look at it before he throws it in the bin. But back then, in the Spanish Empire was a hugely sophisticated, bureaucratic administrative system. A slave in the Philippines could write a letter saying, my master isn't treating me right. And that could end up on the king's desk. And the king would open it and would say, disgusting. And he would write the letter back, and it would go back to the local authority with it could have a whole new set of rules for how the whole town had to run. Blasting people for letting abuses happen. That I'm not even joking about that. Philip II of
I mean,
Spain,
that's a good Catholic nation that inspires good Catholic thinking. That's just congruent. It's like, hang on,
yeah,
there's disgusting behavior happening in my household, so to speak, or in my
Oh,
kingdom.
yeah.
You're like, well, I'm responsible for that. I'm going to go to God to speak with that. So you know what? I'm just going to eradicate this. And to the person who's doing the bad stuff, I don't care how much you hate it, because if I'm going to go to God, I need to be able
Yeah.
to say I did the right thing. So
Yeah.
you've stuffed up. That's how this is going to work. I can see that happening.
Yeah, exactly. So the process it has here is you could petition the local magistrate. This will be passed on to the audiencia. This could be passed on to the viceroy. That could be passed on to the Council of Indies, which would make its way to the king. If something was unique, so if it got to the magistrate and they said, oh, we know how to handle this, you're fired. You have to sell that slave, blah, blah, blah. Or if they were like, oh, we don't know this one, we'll pass it on to the audiencia. Now, in the Protestant ideas, no petition rights, the master's authority was final. That's just how it worked. There was no legal representative.
And I'm sure that all masters with that authority would always just be treating everyone so well, because not being held to account. They're just always going to be such good human beings.
Well, they had a Bible.
Well, of course.
I'm sure. Of course.
And the Curse of Ham. So
exactly. So the next one down is court access. You could appeal to ecclesiastical courts and civil courts for violations. Like, exactly what it sounds like. In Protestant, no access, property cannot sue. That really sums it up. Now, the best part is the documentary evidence. So, skipping forward a little bit, the Haitian slave rebellion resulted in, so Haiti rebelled against France.
Can you give it just a rough time frame?
1800, early 1800s, beginning of the 1800s, sort of Napoleonic revolutionary era. So this is a context. So the Haitian slave rebellion happens. The American slave states flip out because they are worried that this story of a successful slave rebellion will make its way to their slaves. So this is around the time when some of the slave states of America banned literacy for
and
black.
these, just to be clear, this American slavery was brought about by Protestant systems.
This was entirely built on the Protestant system.
Surely Protestant system. So when
absolutely
we're talking about
purely
American
Protestant system.
Protestant, yeah.
Yeah. So there's an example you get here where some people would say, who've looked into it, could say, hey, playing devil's advocate, hey, you know that the Spanish system was bad because there's just loads of documentation evidence of people complaining, of slaves complaining, of natives complaining. It's like there's loads of evidence of that happening. And my response to that is, how many documents can you find of the American black slaves complaining about their masters? How many court documents can you find of them talking about what happened to them? If you can't find any, is that proof that they were all having a great time? No, that was proof that they weren't allowed to. In Spain, they still have the documents, by the way, 90 kilometers of archives with slave petitions and complaints. So
they must have had a better voice if they all felt they could complain that much, which is great.
Absolutely.
Which is what you should have.
Protestant, British, American, archival void by design, literacy banned to prevent documentation. So that's sort of the first thing. That was classed as the legal status of enslaved people. Next, marriage and family rights. Marriage status, Catholic systems, sacrament, mandatory, indissoluble, is done. Protestant systems, not recognized as sacrament and often not legally recognized at all. So people could get married. Oh, we're going to get married. And they'd be like, yeah, but no, I don't think so. I don't care. Master's authority over marriage, forbidden to deny marriage, Catholic system. Protestant system, master could forbid marriage or ignore it entirely. Ignoring it is the scary thing. Like, wait, what? So they got married, just pretend it didn't happen. Family separation. This is a huge one. Elite in Catholic systems, illegal to separate families ever, because it violates the sacramental bond and the duty of parents to their children. Protestant systems, routine practice. Families, they would basically, they loved it when slaves would couple up, because then they would have children who they could sell later. Routine practice. Families separated at sale with no legal impediment. Children status. Children of slave marriages legitimate with parental rights. Protestant systems. Children follow mother's status as property. And then this is getting into more moral, what do you call it? More moral realm. Adultery with a slave's wife was the same crime as with a free person's wife. That was in Catholic systems. In Protestant systems, no legal protection, endemic exploitation, no consequences, right? That is partly how you
could with Protestants. It's just inspirational.
Well, because you're not committing adultery if it's not with a human or a person, right? So religious, so that, yeah, like that. I think that one enough can sort of it really
shows the mentality.
A real insight. That's a real insight.
That just shows the real insight right there. Like,
yes. Yeah. So the third category, religious rights and obligations. Baptism required by law. Slaves must be baptized, right? Now, this wasn't forced conversion. This was, well, no, they have to be baptized. They have to be, because they're kind of like a ward almost at this point. So they had to be baptized and then instructed, right? That was the idea. But it was like, well, but it was almost like a child. Like a baby is baptized before they learn anything. It was almost like that. It's like, while they're under your care, I think the theology around that has been refined a little bit more by now, because they have, but at the same time back then, mortality rates, I think, were a little bit, like, just in general, like, not even just for slaves.
I think it's the same obligation on any Catholic, whether you were a slave.
Yeah,
you are neglecting if you don't baptize your child within a certain time frame of birth. So it's kind of just applying the same logic. It's basically just saying, hey, it's just solidifying you've got the same obligations and rights as someone who's not a slave.
Yeah. So Catholic systems required. Yeah, required by law, slaves must be baptized. Protestant systems sometimes practiced, often not, no legal requirement. Mass attendance, mandatory Sunday mass, worship with masters in same church. Protestant systems, segregated worship or forbidden. Slave galleries when allowed. Now, worship with masters in same church. Now, the reason why this is actually very important is because what I was saying before about recourse, some people could argue, oh, but what if the master, like, keeps the slave locked up? And it's like, no, he had to take him to mass. They actually had to be.
They could have a chin wag with the priest.
That is exactly what would happen. Like, they could go into a slave could go into confession and say, Father, my master's been doing this and he's not letting me talk to anyone. That's it. He's triggered the legal process. I'm not even joking. This was actually the superpower of Catholic systems, was the clergy. The clergy really were what made the difference in how these systems worked.
I think that's great. Like, when you have people in power who have some sort of authority and they have this constant accountability and consequences for their actions or inactions, That, to me, that's a much more effective
Oh,
system.
absolutely. So religious instruction required in Catholic systems. Priests were obligated to teach catechism. Again, they had to teach catechism. At this point, it had started to become considered a, what do you call it? Religious instruction had started to become coupled with learning, with literacy. Because the world, after the printing press, it not only kicked off Protestantism with Bibles, it also started kicking off devotional books, missals for average people, prayer books, things like that. And so it was considered integral to people becoming Catholic to actually learn how to read so they could engage on this whole new world of Catholic culture, really. So priests obligated to teach catechism. Again, this would involve teaching slaves their rights as slaves and the obligations and duties of their masters, how to raise your children, things like that. So they knew, they were fully socialized, not socialist, socialized. Then Sundays, required by law, Sunday rest. The law of the Indies. So these are like, they've actually found the exact wording for these, the original, the law of the Indies for Spain. And in France, they had the Code Noir, I think. I'm not sure how to say. It just looks like code, but they had to have no work on Sundays. Protestant systems, no legal requirement, worked at master's discretion. Catholic systems, burial rights, Catholic burial in consecrated ground mandated. Protestant, no guarantee, often separate, unmarked graves, just like an animal. Now, big one, literacy. These are literacy and education. Literacy encouraged for religious instruction. It was needed to read catechism and prayer books. Protestant systems criminalized teaching slaves to read, punishable by law.
Teaching slaves to read is punishable by law.
Oh, it wasn't the crime for the slaves. If you taught a slave,
it was a crime for that's so systemic.
Oh yeah. So, but this is actually not as prolific in Britain as in America, because reading had only sort of, the British Empire, they didn't care as much. It was, people just sort of didn't read. So one next thing is so the Protestant systems banned it to prevent documentation of abuse, for forging passes, so for faking their own way to get out, or reading abolitionist literature. Legal penalties. So
abolitionist literature, basically, so they didn't want slaves to get this idea that there is a possibility of slavery being abolished. They wanted them to live in a bubble where they just thought that this is life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So different states, because states would do it themselves. South Carolina brought them in 1740. Georgia brought it in 1755. Virginia, 1819. North Carolina, 1830. Louisiana, 1830. Alabama, 1832. You see the uptick in the 1830s because the 1800s, because that was after Haiti had their slave rebellion. The result was, in Catholic systems, literate slave population who could write petitions to authorities. Protestant systems, illiterate slave population by design, no written testimony. And then again, what I was saying before, social integration. So first of all, worship integration, Catholic systems, same mass. There was no segregation, slaves and masters together in church. Protestant systems, segregated. Slave galleries, separate services, all forbidden. We'll get into why the segregation thing was happening later. Confraternities, or in Spanish they were called cofradias, mixed race religious brotherhoods, common, created social bonds across status lines. In Protestant systems, no equivalent. We have nothing. No ritual kinship across status. Godparent system. Slaves could serve as godparents. Protestants, no equivalent. Religious festivals. Slaves participated in public religious celebrations alongside free persons. Protestant systems, segregated or excluded participation. So the social aspect makes a huge difference. Again, this is the laws. This is how it's supposed to work. People who are looking will find abuses. That's the point.
There's a difference between There's a difference between a few bad eggs that are not sanctioned, that are not approved by a system, versus things that aren't just even approved, but are actually enforced by a system. And that's what we're looking at. That's
I think the whole point of the discussion is to say that, because a lot of people throughout history have looked at, like, they use examples. So British exceptionalists, I call them, British exceptionalism. They look at Spanish societies and they say, look at all these stories of bad people. That's terrible. Then they look at their own societies and say, hey, we've got all these stories of good people. It's like, your good people were heroes that they were doing anything good at all in that system, right? In the other system, bad people, they're villains because they're doing something bad in a system against the system. But like in the Protestant societies, I will say, in the Protestant societies, the good people were actually heroic. Like they did not have.
You're always going to get people who do good deeds. You're always going to get people who
absolutely.
do good deeds. It's just
But yeah. Onto
just like you're always going to get people who do bad deeds.
Yeah, you can't.
So it's really exceptions to the rule, and people acting not either sanctioned or specifically brought about by the system. That's kind of like, that's what we're looking at here. It's like, what are the actual systems that were brought about?
Exactly. So, labor protections and treatment, work limits, holiday rest required, limits on hours. This is actually another thing, is that the church, even in work, so this leads to a whole host of societal things, but the church did limit the number of hours this is in the dignity of work rules. They limited the number of hours. So people talk about the Industrial Revolution. Oh my gosh, everyone was working so bad. They weren't. It was just Britain and America. Britain and America had hours, especially Britain, for their workers in the industrial sector, which the rest of the world considered reprehensible. The idea of working, 60-hour weeks or more, or 80-hour weeks in some of those places, was insane. Catholic societies at the same time, this is in the 1800s, had limits on how long a worker could work in a week. And it was actually, I'm going to say this, the English-speaking world only recently has started to catch up, right?
Even because it's the mentality you're talking about, where Protestant nations are looking at you as basically just like an object. It's like, my computer's an object. I'm not going to give my computer recreation. It can stay on all day. I don't care. It's a machine. It's whatever. So if their mindset is, well, these slaves are just like a machine. If I can get more out of it, whereas the Catholic view is, well, no, they're a human being. They should work. Yeah, but they're also entitled to have a life outside of work, to have rest, to just do normal human stuff. More importantly, learn about their faith so they can save their soul. So there's just so much going on there.
Yeah. All right. Exactly. So that leads to the exact next one. So just treatment, master obligated to provide food, shelter, medical care, just wages for extra work. You could go and say, hey, I want to work extra because I want to pay off my enslavement. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I've got extra work. You do overtime. Protestant systems, no legal obligations. Master's property to maintain as he fit. No such thing as working overtime because there is no time. Physical abuse. Limits imposed, excessive cruelty subject to ecclesiastical or civil investigation. Catholic systems. Protestant systems, no limits. Master could discipline as property. Catholic systems, master's obligations. Positive obligations must provide spiritual goods, material needs, path to virtue. I think this is the important thing, is that the concept itself is hard, I think, for modern minds to really wrap their heads around in a Catholic society. But one thing you got to remember is that in that era, the inequality, I would say, in general, inequality of life was just not as wide as it is now. Everyone kind of had the same terrible life, right? It was the 15th. It was that period of time where, you know, like you, the quality of life would only be improved so much by being wealthy. Actually, it would save you some work.
So
or
you're
whatever.
saying it was everyone was kind of didn't have as good of a life, but hey, at least it was more equal, funnily enough. But this newer thing of where you've got some people who get all this really good opulent lifestyle at the expense of others, that's a more modern thing.
Well, I mean, it's always existed, but it's the prolificness now. I think
prolificness of it. But
you've always had it, but at the same time, the richest people ever, it's like, oh, I've got a bunch of elephants. Now people have private jets, right? You know, the richest people then, oh man, I can eat so much food that that I'll be sick. Nowadays, it's like I can go to a restaurant, spend $1 billion on a piece of food this big because it was made with love, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't go to those. I don't mix in those circles. No, but what you have is that the obligations were to provide a dignified and comfortable, reasonably comfortable life, basically. So a slave had to be treated like a person. They had to be provided with a life of dignity and relative comfort, like just a relative quality of life, relatively good quality of life. Not hugely hard to do, actually, back then. Nowadays, it's like, yeah, but where's my phone? Where's my laptop? Am I going to get, well, is there a dental plan? It's like, back then, it wasn't that hard, which makes like the people failing it all even worse. It really was a nickel and dime thing to like, oh, cut their food, cut their this, blah, 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 blah. And then when you treat them bad enough, you have to chain them up so that they don't escape. Like it really was all symptoms of the system. So Protestant systems, no positive obligations, only property maintenance for economic value. So the way you treated your slaves was only ever, in Protestant systems, the way you treated your slaves was only ever, what decision did you want to make to get the most out of them? Do you want to treat them better so they're going to work better and not escape? Well, you can do that, and that's fine. Do you want to treat them? You want to work them into the ground because you'll make enough money after they die to buy another one? You can do that. Doesn't matter. So the big one, path to freedom. So Catholic systems, manumission, strongly encourage spiritual merit, wills commonly freed slaves, as in wills when people died. Very often it would be, all my slaves, I want them to be freed, unless they need help. Protestant systems, discouraged or forbidden in some jurisdictions. Forbidden. Like, that's just insane.
They can't even do it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, I think I want to be a good. Actually, that's how I'm Protestant. I'm like, actually, I do want to free these slaves because I'm not doing it anymore. I want to free these guys. They can't do it. That's outrageous.
No, they had to sell them to someone. Catholic systems, church's role, used funds to redeem slaves. So the church will collect money to free slaves. Bishops required to free slaves upon death. So if there were clergymen who had inherited slaves or whatever, and also bishops were often landowners, they often were integrated into the society. If they had inherited them from their past life or whatever, and in some places they were required to free all the slaves upon their death. This wasn't even like a choice thing. It was no, like that's it, because no one is inheriting them from you because you're a bishop. That's not how it works. They're not property in the same. So there's one thing to say, oh well, they're going to go to my children as the laborers. The way a business could be passed down to a son or a child, and then the employees come with it. It was a bit different for clergy, I would say. The reason I would think that is because the idea is that, well, there's no one to inherit it, because if the bishop, who is the owner, the legal owner, dies, and they are they're not owned by the church. So the church does not inherit the slaves. The church will not take them. It's just that the individual might have happened to own slaves. Protestant systems, no institutional role in freeing slaves, as in the church. The clergy were not involved, very heavily involved in owning slaves. Being a Protestant minister was one of the, it was kind of one of the best financial decisions you could make at certain times in the British Empire and the American system. So Catholic systems self-purchase. Legal mechanisms existed. Slaves could own peculium, money, and they could save for freedom. So they could just buy themselves. They could make a deal with their slave owner and say, "Hey, I actually want to be, I want to be free." And he's like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, I paid this much for you. You've already worked this much. So blah 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 blah. Do you have any money?" And he's like, "Yeah." Slaves could own side hustles. They could have side businesses, right? By the, again, it was by the how do you say, that did have to be by the approval of the master, because the slave's state in life as a laborer could not be imposed upon by their side gigs.
I mean, even a lot of employees in employer-employee relationships, there's I mean, I think in Australia it's questionable whether actually an employer has the right over this, even though they'll put an employment contract. But sometimes there might be something saying that if you're going to do something that might conflict or something like that, you know, you have to get approval. So like when I started my side hustles, just for prudence purposes, I just got approved by my manager, and they're like, as long as you keep doing your job well here, it's fine. Whereas in America, actually, I've heard of people nowadays getting fired, getting threatened to be fired when they started a side hustle. So it's funny how that that happens. I don't even think that'd be legal in Australia. Funnily enough, I could be wrong, but I've seen interviews nowadays and people going, no, if you're going to fire me for having my side hustle, goodbye, and then they make way more money. What we'll just highlight here: Seabass 576 has donated $10. Thank you, Seb. What a legend. So that's the net of that is going to go straight to Alexander. Thanks for showing your appreciation there. And I'll throw back to you, Chana.
Yep, absolutely. All right. So self-purchase in Protestant systems, rare or forbidden. Property cannot own property. What? I mean, it's perfect logic. It's built on a wrong foundation. And that's, I think, the thing to point out why it's a system is that all of the horrible things that came out are logical because they were built on that foundation. And so all of them make sense. Property cannot own property. That makes sense. What's nonsense is that they are property. They're not.
Exactly. I guess it's like that, like this philosophical, probably going to stop it up here, but like subjectivism, let's say, which the modern world is very founded upon, and that you can kind of, the moral code is what people accept, John Locke and all this stuff that I can't, we don't know well enough to articulate. But you know, when people get shocked, how did abortion become legal? How is all this happening? It's like, well, the philosophical and mental foundations of what society operates on, that's a logical conclusion. Most people accept it, at least. So I think that what's the biggest thing is, what is the foundation? And that, like you said, this concept that human beings can just be treated as property, not acknowledging the fact that they've got an actual soul. And that's where this all stems from. And that's Protestant systems.
Exactly. And then the last one here on this path to freedom is automatic freedom mechanisms. So religious vocation. If a slave was decided, or it was encouraged and decided by his confessor that he had a religious vocation, he must be freed straight away. Like if he was going into seminary or whatever, he would be freed. And some systems had term limits. The funny thing about that is this is starting to almost breach the aspect of not even being classed as slaves anymore. Almost, not quite. In Protestant systems, no automatic mechanisms, permanent hereditary status. So enforcement mechanisms, confessional discipline, masters who violated obligations denied absolution in Catholic systems. So a master who went to confession,
Whoa!
you're in sin.
You need to stop that until basically you need to stop that behavior. Otherwise, you're not getting absolved from this confession, which makes sense. That's what.
Yeah, absolutely. Protestant systems, no sacramental discipline, individual conscience only. We love individual consciences. Clerical oversight. Priests could report violations to authorities. Bishops investigated abuse. Protestant systems, no independent clerical authority. Ministers employed by planters. So ministers in order to minister to the slave population, which they might do, whatever that means. I actually don't know exactly what that means in Protestant. But they were employed by the planter. They were another employee who was intended to basically be another part of the slave organism. Pastorale Officium in 1537 imposed automatic excommunication for unjust enslavement, right? And we'll get into some of those stories. Protestant systems, no equivalent penalty. Ecclesiastical courts. Church courts had jurisdiction over sacramental matters, marriage and family. Protestant systems, no ecclesiastical courts, civil law only. Right to appeal. Slaves could appeal to church courts and civil or audiencias. Catholic system. Protestant system, no appeal rights. Property cannot appeal. And this is where we get into a whole other thing. The theological justification. Human dignity. All humans created in God's image regardless of status. Catholic systems. Protestant systems, we already talked about curse of Ham theories, but the Imago Dei was in Protestant systems was compromised. So everything in the image of God was compromised by Calvinist predestination. This is the first time I think we're able to actually touch on the Protestant theology really hitting into it. So Calvinist predestination permeated through most of the Protestant world eventually, except maybe the Lutherans, which is ironically why German society, even when Protestant, in a lot of ways did not fall into quite the same pits of despair as
Calvinism was the worst type of Protestantism in terms of wide-scale bad effects, wasn't it?
Well, not even just what he did, but how it permeated.
So Calvinism, not Calvinism. I mean, that particular branch of Protestantism had because that was Puritanism as well, wasn't it? Like that was what had the worst effects. It
inspired Puritanism, but their idea of predestination resulted in no free will. And then predestination, so Calvinists took that predestination to no free will. Other systems brought that predestination to mean something very different. That meant if I'm rich and you're poor, God loves me more, because that's, I'd say, the modern version. But the way this actually manifested at times was if I'm a master and you're a slave, God let you be a slave. He let me be a master. That's a sign of predestination. God let you be a slave because you're going to go to hell. And there's nothing you can do in this world to do that. I'm going to go to heaven because I'm great. You can tell I'm great. Well, you can't tell I'm great. I'm actually just great, and that's why I'm allowed to do things. So this is how it started to manifest. And that also led to even like the British imperial system of we can conquer people because if God didn't want us to conquer people, he wouldn't have let us conquer them. Therefore, God has chosen us to be the righteous.
Basically, I can murder this person, and if I don't murder them and I get caught by the police, that meant God didn't want me to murder that person. But if I kill that person, God wanted me to do that. What stupid logic. Is that what we call a cope? Is that what's called a cope?
Modern cope. Cool.
I don't know the exact.
I think it probably had a different viewpoint back then. But like there was actually the point to say where the British imperial system, inspired by Calvinist predestination, did have the view that it's, and I think this also permeated a lot of society. It's a reaction. It's a reactive thing. It's if I try and do something, it's not bad or good, but if I achieve it, then it must have been good because God let me do it. right? So this allowed them to do, in their mind, to just cause, the 1800s was a reign of terror upon the world, actually, by most of the places where the British Empire was existing, especially in India, the stuff that they got up to in India. They were the first Red Terror. That's just the best way to put it. But I think that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, if you do,
it's
just for the audience here, I've been having conversations with Alexander, and he's been finding a lot of inspiration. So the Soviet Union, sorry, during World War II era, that communism takeover, a lot of their tactics, strategies were actually inspired by what they saw the English and British Empire doing. So if you do want to show on that, and I think it's fascinating, definitely put that in the comments if you want to show on that. But we'll go back to what we're talking about today.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to point it out because of the context of how it justifies it. But that leads to, on a smaller scale, yeah, you're a slave, I'm not. That means God loves me more and said I can do whatever I want. Racial theology. Oh, sorry, slavery's nature. This was another thing, actually. In Catholic systems, slavery was considered a consequence of sin or a remedy for disorder. Like it's kind of like sickness or poverty. It was just considered, it was like, oh, well, we live in an imperfect world. Slavery happens, right?
You could even say the fact that we have to go out to work and get paid to make money is also exactly a consequence of original sin. Like that's not there's obviously it's noble to be doing work and should be working, but it's a consequence of this life not being perfect because of original sin. It sounds to me that they're kind of saying it's kind of saying the same thing there.
I was actually thinking to myself the other day that if in 1, 2, 3, 5, however many 100 years, if an actual Catholic society has taken over the world, and the way that the world has gone, the nature of work has shifted to some of the more Catholic theories, which is everyone owns the means of production. No, I'm joking. So everyone, so like in church systems or Catholic systems, they often heavily encourage family business ownership. Everyone owns a business. Actually, arguably the perfect Catholic system is everyone owns their own business because it's tied to them as a person. And then the way that has manifested in other ways is like in workers' co-ops, which you actually see quite popular in even now in Spanish-speaking countries. Workers' co-ops where companies aren't publicly listed, they can't be invested in, but they also don't have a single head. It's actually everyone who works there is an investor in that company. So they all have a vested interest. But I was thinking, if the world gets to that point where there's just no such thing as employees anymore, right? Where like actually it's like you're a family, you own the business, you're in a workers co-op, blah, blah, blah. In 500 years, people looking back are going to be like, I can't believe the church ever let wage slaves. Whoa, that's disgusting. Like the employer, like people who could make your day a living hell, and then you'd go home and you'd be worried about work the next day. Oh my gosh, the fact that someone has that much power over you that just to make 12 hours of your day a mess.
I think that's a really good point. I think it's a really good point to sort of draw, like there's the times and then you can't just, in the church and or the Pope and in his prudence, can't just go, look, just because this is the ideal system, like you can't just kind of go scrap everything. Like you have to acknowledge where there's a saying, you meet people where they're at. It's kind of like that. Okay, what's the next best step to bring you to a better system?
So the nature of slavery in Catholic systems, imperfect and should move toward freedom. Protestant systems, God's ordained order. So they said this is what God wants. Prosperity of masters equals divine favor, enslavement equals divine curse. Racial theology in Catholic systems, impossible. Sublimis Deus declared racial theories satanic. Protestant systems enabled curse of Ham plus predestination, God ordained black slavery. Master's authority, Catholic system limited by natural law. Master answers to God for treatment. Protestant systems, unlimited. Master's prosperity proves divine approval. Trajectory, Catholic systems, iterative improvement toward abolition, not good enough yet, by God's grace we'll do better, is the quote that it came up with. Protestant systems, static justification, this is God's will, who are we to question it? So like that's really how it comes up. There's all kinds of different examples here, but those are the big direct comparisons. And I think that's important because, again, like I said, people hear slavery and they only think of one thing. They think of the whip and the chains and all that, and it's just not how it always was. Again, some people probably would have done. There are reports I came across that in some Spanish colonies, there would be differences depending on like what state the slave was in. So, for instance, plantation slaves were sometimes treated worse. Again, the masters will answer to God for that. They shouldn't have. But people who were household slaves, kind of fine. They would often do better. And again, sometimes, different people within society could make use of their connections. Oh, don't send the slave inspector around this next weekend. I need to sweep the floors, that sort of thing. Like, again, there were inspectors like who'd go around. The clergy, the priest could rock up anytime. Like, that's a level of authority that priests don't have in family life. Like, the priest can't just rock up, knock on your door and say, how are you treating your children? Like, that's abusing and imposing onto the family life. Because slavery was an institution, not an institution of the world, not an institution of God. Then it was, anyone can rock up. Anyone can rock up any day. I think that covers a lot of the differences. I think the important thing now is to look at the trajectory of the eventual abolition movements, as they were called. So,
and also you had some really interesting stories, such as, when the legal status changed with some of the black slaves that was really interesting. But I would be awesome if we could touch on that as well. But just when the time's right.
Well, I was going to start easing into that. Hang on.
Yeah, go with what you plan to do next.
So, again, this is actually. There it is. So, I touched on this before, which is that the Caribbean islands are a perfect case study. So you had Haiti, you had the Spanish colonies, Cuba and Puerto Rico, and also the Santo Domingo, I think.
As you go through this, can you also, just for the audience, make it clear which are more Catholic, which is the Catholic and which is the Protestant, just as you go?
Well, one thing we need to touch on is that the Catholics in Haiti, the French in Haiti, they actually imposed one of the worst, most unjust slave systems found anywhere. This was against their own law. So they had a law. They said, we don't want to follow it. And the imposers of the law said, okay, fine, we don't care. We're getting money. So that's an example of a systemic abuse, but still they had the law, moral posturing, and then they ignored it. So what we get is, so the way it worked.
So just quickly, England and France are copied it in this show, aren't they?
Yeah, basically. Well, it's not France itself. It was
actually
again.
True. Yeah, there was kind of. It was almost like there were just higher up people in the chain corruption, as opposed to.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gotcha. But basically, what you get is, everyone knows the story of American abolition. There's more stuff after that. Obviously, the emancipation. So I'm going to touch on to something interesting. So there's a myth floating around that the reason why slavery doesn't exist in Western countries is because the British Empire ended it. That's the myth, that the British were the ones who ended slavery. So I would argue that there isn't really a single one who did end slavery, but there's a reason for that. I call it moral posturing. So what this has hit me with is British abolition scam versus Spanish system. So what happened was in, I think it was 1815, the Habsburgs of Austria called the Vienna Congress, in which they invited different governments around the world, around Europe. Austria was the first ever European country to ban slavery completely. The first ever. They were the only, and again, the Habsburgs were the new, what do you call it? They were the new inheritors of the Catholic monarch legacy. The dynasty of Spain had changed in 1700, and their system actually began to fall apart at that point. So there's an interesting line to draw in the year 1700 when the Bourbon dynasty took over, replacing the Habsburg dynasty. The Spanish systems began to change, and they began to regress and slip back. Again, just more of a sign of the abuses proving that a better system. So Austria was the first ever country to ban slavery. They were the only country to ban slavery before the Vienna Congress. So British exceptionalists would say at the Vienna Congress, Lord, whatever his name was, was a big pusher of the abolition of slavery. And at the Vienna Congress, there was an article signed. It was the Joint Declaration Against Slavery, in which all of these European countries at the Vienna Congress signed the Declaration Against Slavery, saying we oppose it, and all things now must lead to the eventual complete abolition. Right? So people say Britain, amazing. Again, only one country in the world had banned slavery, and that was Austria, who had called the Congress in Vienna, the capital of Austria. So I think there's a little bit of misplaced, misplaced praise there. Britain itself did not ban slavery for another 18 years, right? So they eventually brought in complete abolition. So that did happen, right? Everyone's like, okay, perfect. I think it was the Emancipation or the Abolition Act, whatever it was. So Britain says, we have decided that we will be the moral empire because we've been trying for hundreds of years and we've never quite gotten it right. So we've decided we're going to do it now. So they ban slavery outright. Then they say, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to, Slavery Abolition Act, 1833, took effect August 1st, 1834. Who was freed? Children under age 6 were immediately freed. They're not usually very heavily involved in manual labors when I last checked.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like, in terms of moral posturing, I don't know if they got taken such of a financial hit.
The moral,
I guess, future.
So, exactly. Well, this leads to, well, how does it go? Because oftentimes slave systems would bring in an abolition and then they have a different system. So everyone over age 6 was redesignated as an apprentice. So apprenticeship terms: field workers had an apprenticeship of 6 years of unpaid labor. House workers, 4 years of unpaid labor. The work without compensation was meant to be a transition to freedom. So you were paying yourself off. You remained tied to the estate. You couldn't leave. Same plantation, same masters, same work. Slavery was abolished, but former slaves would now work as apprentices on the plantations without being paid, weren't allowed to leave. I don't call this abolition yet. We're going to say, all right, well, that abolition comes in. This system actually was so bad in how it treated people that they had to cut it short by 2 years because the anti-slavery movement was saying, are you joking with it? Like, are you actually serious? This is crazy. So compensation was paid to slave owners. The British government did pay a huge amount of money to the plantation owners to free the slaves. But formerly enslaved peoples received zero compensation. They were forced into the new apprenticeship scheme, up to 6 more years of unpaid labor. Whipping
We'll just stop there
continued.
for a sec, Alexander,
Oh, yeah.
just because we do have another donation, $1.99 from Laser Sale. Great historical review. Thanks. Thank you very much for the donation.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
Oh,
goes to Alexander. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Okay, back to it. Thank you.
So in the apprenticeship, I don't know if this would be considered very what do you call it? I don't know if this would be considered legal under Australian labour laws. So the apprenticeship system, whipping continued. Technically illegal. Technically illegal. Families could still be separated. Brutal punishments, 20-hour days during harvest season. Local magistrates sided with planters. System so obviously slavery that British abolitionists protested, ended 2 years early in 1838. Then, so 1838, fine, full emancipation. This is great. Then they had a huge problem. They actually didn't get any workers. They couldn't get any work done. So what you have here is
what a wonderful nation.
Yeah. This isn't in Britain, by the way. This isn't in England. This is the thing. England didn't like England treated their own people badly enough, or Britain treated their own people badly enough, but they just made sure to never treat them as badly as what they did elsewhere. There's a story I heard that so what happened was when they brought in full emancipation, they said, all right, you freed slaves, we band of brothers, we will offer you a job on our plantation where you've been working, right? And we're not going to whip you this time. We promise. Pinky promise. All right. So they would say that. The slaves or the newly freed people said, never mind. Or how much are you paying? And they'd say, oh, we're going to pay this much. And they're like, that's ridiculous. You can't pay us that. That's unfair. We're just going to get a job elsewhere. So the plantation owners were like, oh no, we really thought we were just going to pay them that much because that's how much we put aside to be able to pay them. So then they went back to the British government and they were like, you so lied to us. You said that we would just find employees. And the British government said, all right, we'll handle this. So then they went to their own people, actually. They were like, this is good. This is good. We're going to get jobs for English people who don't have jobs. So they went to the British public and they started advertising, hey, come get a job working on a plantation in where even is it? In the Caribbean. Jamaica, I think it was, in Jamaica. Come get a job working on a plantation in Jamaica. And the English were like, oh, how much does it pay? And they would say, this much. And the English were like, stuff that. That's even worse than what we get paid here. So they couldn't get any of the English people to agree to go to, oh, maybe some. They probably got some, but they couldn't get enough. Then they thought, okay, we need to find a better system. So
the ones they got to sign up are probably the equivalent now of a YouTuber going, I worked at a plantation in Jamaica to show exactly what it's like. They were probably like the only people who would have signed up to something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is how you see the intersection of the American abolition 30 years later, 50 years later, and the British abolition. So they brought in vagrancy laws. This is something actually that a lot of people don't know about, but vagrancy is something that church or that Catholic how do you say, advocates in history have very heavily opposed states on vagrancy laws, which is making unemployment illegal. That I know you're thinking, what even? All right. So first of all, they brought in the vagrancy laws. This was more of the, they already had these.
This is America now. We're on to America. Still
this
Protestant.
Is actually both.
Oh,
this
both.
is
Okay,
both. But we can talk about both the same way. But in America, they perfected it. So unemployment becomes a criminal offense. Okay. Police could arrest anyone without visible means of support. Definition, not working for a planter equals vagrant, because whilst they were freed, they weren't allowed to work anywhere. They weren't allowed, they had lists of jobs they could do. It's like, hey, you're all freed from working on the plantations. So, but legally you're only allowed to work on plantations.
And if you're not doing that, you can be criminally prosecuted.
Yeah. Then, so that forced some of the freed slaves to actually go back anyway and just work for terrible wages. Then, but they would have to sign a contract, right? Because just and legal. That's how it works. These people who couldn't read had to sign a contract.
Yeah, no, but these ones who were able to be, it was criminalized for them to be taught how to read. So
yeah, well, in America, it was even more. It was even worse. The British, I don't know if they banned people from learning how to read because they just didn't have to so much. In America, absolutely. Just to give you an example of a story, America is probably a better example of this because it didn't seem as perfected in Britain. They didn't make use of it for very long. So in America after the abolition, so slaves were freed from plantations, from mines, and from heavy like manufacturing. I'd say. So they get freed, and they're like perfect. And as he's about to leave the plantation, the master says, "Hey, I'll make a deal with you. You can work for me. I'll pay you $1 a week." And the guy's like, "Nah, I actually heard that just like a mile up the road, Johnny's paying $2 a week, so I might get a job there. Can you afford $2 a week?" And he's like, "Nah, I can't afford $2 a week, so I guess yeah, you'll just have to go there." Anyway, so he goes off to go to the other plantation. This newly freed slave goes off to go to the other plantation to get a job there. While he's on the way, policeman turns the corner and says, where do you work?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't work anywhere. I'm going over to Johnny's plantation to get a job." And he's like, "But you don't have a job now?" And he's like, No, I just left there. I was like, "But that makes you a vagrant." And he's like, No, I'm getting a job." And they're like, "All right, you're arrested." So he gets arrested, go to jail, appear before the magistrate. The policeman says, "This guy is a vagrant." The judge says to the slave, or the freed slave, "We're going to call him Jim." Actually, that's probably a bad. We'll call him Jacob. So the freed slave Jacob. So the magistrate says to Jacob, "Is this true? Are you a vagrant?" And he says, "Well, I don't have a job." And he's like, "Disgusting. All right, you're sentenced to $100 fine." And he's like, "I literally just got off the plantation. I don't have any money." And he says, "Oh, well, then I guess that's 10 years in jail, unless you can pay off the fine." And then he's like, again, I don't know the exact numbers of things, but
so could you imagine? I'm just seeing, how you were going back and talking about how in, I think, Spain, where slaves could complain, and then it went up to change to the king, then they would just come down hard on the abusers. Could you imagine if this happened in Spain and it came up, this is happening in this little town in Spain? It'd be like, they would get the hammer, surely.
It probably happened at some point, and they probably really, really didn't like it. Again, yeah. So he would say, "All right, well then, if you can't pay $100, you're gonna have to go to jail for 10 years." And it's like, "Oh no," or until you can pay it. So he walks out in chains, and when he gets to the door, who does he see but his old slave master, and his master says, "Oh, Jacob, I came as fast as I could. I heard you got in a spot of trouble for vagrancy. You really, I didn't think you'd slip so far in such a short time. But I'm here to help." And Jacob's like, "Oh, well, that's good. Thank you so much." And he's like, "So how much was the fine?" He says, $100. And the plantation owner's like, "Okay, fine. I'll pay $100. He's like, "But you really, if I do this for you, I need something. I need some help." And he's like, "Okay, yeah. All right, that's fine. And then he says, "All right, well, what I'll do is I'll do some work for you." And the slave owner says, "Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that'd be good. You can pay off the $100." And he's like, "Yeah, so you said it would be $1 a week, so it's 100 weeks." And he's like, "Man, that's kind of a long time, but that's 2 years." And he's like, "Oh, well, that's just what I pay actual employees, because you're paying me back. That makes you an indentured servant. So I only pay them 10 cents a week." And they're like, "Oh, or 20 cents. We'll make it 20 cents a week, because that goes from, I think, from 2 years to more than 10 years. And he's like, "Oh, that's kind of a long time." And he's like, "Yeah, but, or are you going to go to jail?" And he's like, darn it. So master pays off the fine for vagrancy. He goes back to the plantation. He says, hey, because we live in a much more functioning society anymore, we're not those barbarics. We've got contracts, we've got legal systems. So if you could sign this contract, and yeah, just sign this contract. All we need is a thumbprint. I know you can't read or write, doesn't matter. And Jacob's like, yeah, but what does it say? Like, what am I agreeing to? He's like, oh, just what I said. You know, your pay, work, blah, blah, blah. So Jacob signs the contract. This contract contains such provisions as, I agree to be flogged if ever I do anything that my master doesn't like. I agree to be chained up in the same stables, the same slave stables that I have been chained up since I was born. Basically, it was the exact same thing, but they had signed a contract with their thumb.
And didn't you say as well that there's, like you're telling me, that they also had a provision where basically if they could just keep adding on the term?
Yeah. So what would happen was if they tried to leave, trying to leave a plantation was a criminal offense, right? So then they would get fined for another $100. And then when they get if they tried to escape, they get picked up, taken to the magistrate, fined $100. He walks out the door. Guess who's there? It's his slave. It's his original master saying.
So this is the effectiveness of the emancipation or the abolition laws at the time.
Absolutely. This was in America. So this was starting a little bit in Britain. I don't know, in the British colonies. I don't know how much it had advanced, but they went a different direction. Britain did. They had a very different labor force that they could work from. So that's what was happening. And then what you could do was people who had the contract could sell that contract to somebody else. Oh, wait. Oh, but we're not selling people because that would be slavery. We're selling their contract to a mining company who needs to do that, or a railroad company who needs to build railroads. So this is sort of what was happening. Is it was slavery with a contract, right? But as far in practice, it ticks all the boxes, and it was actually just as brutal. What Britain did was something very, very different when they really kicked it in. So very shortly after the Slavery Emancipation Act, or the Abolition Act, they brought in, I think it was only a year or a couple of years later. It was before full emancipation had happened. They brought in the Indentured Servitude Act. Oh, this wasn't about the slaves who had been freed. They were kind of done with them. They didn't like dealing with them anymore. What happened was Britain had done such a huge job of causing a good job of causing a civilizational collapse in India that they now had a labor force of people in abject poverty who they could draw on to send throughout their empire. But it's not slavery. Do you know why? Because they signed a contract with their thumbprint, and we definitely were not holding them at gunpoint. So you have a system where the story goes, I don't know which one it was, which island, but so you see this even before the abolition, is the British capitalists were saying, hey, we've figured out something amazing. Slavery is not economically viable. What's way better is indentured servitude. Do you know why? Because you actually don't have to buy them. You haven't paid for them yet, right? There are all sorts of little things that people, even before abolition, some people were saying we need to ban slavery and bring in indentured servitude because it's just a good financial decision. So what would happen is, so just as an example, so Britain itself, just on the face of it, in the transatlantic slave trade, they were the second biggest slave traders of Africans to, well, anywhere actually. If you include the indentured servitude, where let's look here. So you have 62,000 Pacific Islanders picked up for indentured servitude, up to 750,000 Chinese, 1.5 million Indians imported to the Caribbean, to Mauritius, and to Fiji. Between 1834 and 1920. So this is after World War One. This is how recent memory this is. Now, this was actually so heavily opposed by abolitionists at the time that they said, we haven't even banned slavery, we just gave it a new name. So it was referred to as slavery under a different name. Again, so Britain managed to cause an absolute collapse in literacy in India as well. They played some real funny games with language as well. And then contracts, right? Whatever the contract would say. So what would happen is there would be people, they would be indentured servant transporters, or let's call them employers agents, right? It's kind of like an employment agency. They'd have a ship. That ship used to be a slave ship, but it's definitely not anymore. So they would take that to India, and they would just walk around and be like, all right, where can we find people? And then, however the system worked, they would probably have connections or networks and whatever, and they'd be like, hey, by the way, do you want a job? And the person's like, actually, I do want a job. He's like, oh, that's great. I can take you to a job. It's quite decent. It's a good job. Just sign this. And the guy's like, I can't read. He's like, thumbprint, fine. And he's like, what does it say? He's like, just what I said, basically what I said. That guy now taken down to the docks, gets loaded onto the ship along with everybody else. He gets transported to the Caribbean, the other side of the world, gets off, and then they have all of the indentured servants out, or the indentured servants out. And the plantation owners come up and say, perfect, I will buy you a finder's fee for bringing them here. And that's the contract you've got. Okay, cool. We can edit that if we need to. That's fine. So then what would happen is these indentured servants, who definitely weren't slaves, were legally bound to stay on the plantation. They were bound to vagrancy laws. If they escaped the plantation, the government could impose, or the magistrate could impose, a longer term limit for the contract. As an example, though, contracts being sometimes up to 20 years was longer than the life expectancy for workers. So for all intents and purposes, this is a no clear path to freedom, right? But where it gets even more horrific, and this is where I went back to, I touched on this in Catholic societies, where they actually illegalized freeing slaves at a certain point. If a slave became old, they became elderly, you weren't allowed to free them, because now you actually had the duty to care for them as if they were a parent. So there was almost a system where when slaves were young, the owner had to care for them as if they were like almost a child. When they became old, you had to care for them as if they were an elderly parent. You weren't allowed to free them because that was considered leaving them to starve on the streets. So what you had in the indentured servitude system is, because there were clear limits and a contract. If the slave injured themselves, oh, I broke my leg, I can't work. And then the master or the plantation owner could say, oh, that's a shame. Well, we're going to have to let you go. And it was been a really good run. And unfortunately, you haven't actually worked enough to like earn any money. You haven't actually worked enough to earn any money. You've only just started to repay your debt to me, which I paid to the guy for the finders. So yeah, I'm going to have to let you go, and all the best with all of your future endeavors. Get off my property. And so then the handicapped people could just be left to starve to death because God said so. Again, older people, if by some miracle they manage to survive to old age, it's like, well, I'm glad to see you in your retirement. Have fun on this island in the middle of the Caribbean trying to get back to India without any money. Hope your family happy to see you when you get back. Like, so it really was there was a point where the indentured servitude system, some enterprising people thought, you know what? If this is indentured servitude instead of slavery, we are freed from so many obligations to these people, because the abolitionist, the abolitionist movement wasn't just obviously about abolition. Obviously, they were for abolition, but they were talking about the bad conditions. The reason for the abolitionist movements was the terrible conditions that slaves were in. And so some places had to start improving the slave conditions. Some places the government started saying, oh, we need to, treat people better like this, blah, blah, blah. Then they thought, hang on, if we have to treat people well, there's no point even enslaving them. So what we'll do is we'll free them, get indentured servants, and then we can treat them worse. And that's basically what happened. And this actually was such a big problem that, so 2 million people were transported under slavery equivalent conditions after abolition, right, by the British Empire. This makes among European countries, this makes Britain the most prolific slave traders and transporters in European history, as in early modern European history. The Romans were up to no good as well, but they ended slavery. Of course, the British were the ones who ended slavery. So that was the process there. Again, all they did was change the name. One of the how do you say, results I got was Britain didn't ban slavery, they banned the word slavery, and that was it. They just found another way to make it worse. Transport, just as random, so 10 to 20 year contracts, often extended, bought, sold between plantations without consent. Criminal penalties for breach, leaving work equals arrest. 17% died aboard ships traveling from India to the Caribbean. The journey took 10 to 20 weeks. Conditions on the ships were similar to those on slave ships. On plantations, Jamaica, 12% annual mortality rate for indentured laborers. Same rate 30 years later in the 1900s in Mauritius, 12%. Children expected to work from age 5. We were whipped for small mistakes. That's an ex-indentured worker. Bear in mind, there are people who could have been born in indentured servitude. Because again, you could 5-year-olds could sign the contracts, obviously, because legally binding. You could get children to do it. They would last longer. They might actually fill out their term limit. Cuba. So this is actually after. So blah blah blah. Now that was actually different. That was the Caribbean. All right. British Caribbean average mortality, 35 deaths per 1,000 enslaved people. Infant mortality was 50% or higher. It was so bad that the British, or the slave owners, accused the slave mothers of murdering their own children so that they wouldn't grow up in slavery. Right? That was the accusation. That was their suspicion. The average lifespan of a slave after adjusting to the climate was expected to be less than 2 decades. General British Caribbean, death rates higher than birth rate. The decrease averaged 3% per year in Jamaica and 4% in smaller islands. Population was not self-sustaining. They constantly had to import fresh people. In Cuba and Puerto Rico, they actually had, by the time of their abolition, every single slave had been born there on that island. Every single slave was a native, basically, of Cuba. They didn't have to buy more people in because the family life allowed people to actually have families and reproduce and blah, blah, blah. So causes of death in British Caribbean: disease, that's always happening. Barely adequate nourishment.
We've just got another donation. So from Moores 4,000, $2 Thank you, Moores. Sorry, I might have missed it. Was my question answered? Actually, no, but thank you for doing the donation. I was going to do comments without donations more towards the end to keep things flowing, but thank you very much. Considering you have donated, which will go to Alexander, I'll definitely now interrupt. So thank you for that. And the question is, what's a good book to start reading Catholic history?
I would, well, it's hard because obviously Catholic history is a lot, but it's obviously the last 2,000 years. But I think obviously in the English speaking world, it's quite poor. It depends a little bit on people's interest, because I could recommend a book which is to my interest, and then you read it and it's like, oh well, that might not be your interest. But I would say I'll just actually be back in 1 second, because I'll grab this. Can I pause the camera? There.
You can turn the camera off. So we'll be back in a sec. I'll just see if I can just put. Highlight my comment where I did a typo of the @ symbol at the end. Looks like I can't edit it, which is driving me nuts, but that's okay.
Okay, I actually couldn't find it, which means it must be out and about somewhere.
But I thought you were taking a break, not actually finding something. Okay.
No, I was trying to find the book.
He has no break. He's been here for 2.5 hours, and his break.
Oh, were you saying there's a break?
Yeah, I thought you were taking a quick break, but no, that's great.
Well, maybe I will.
We'll go back to.
I'll answer this really quick, and then maybe I will grab a drink or something.
We might do a slight intermission, because I think there's still more. I know some cool stories, or at least one in particular. I think there's still more to get through. So I reckon definitely answer this question, then we'll take a quick break.
I would say one thing that's important and quite interesting is, again, it's not full Catholic history, but so a book I mentioned earlier, it's called Isabella of Spain by William Thomas Walsh. Again, a bit similar to previous book, not for children. It covers like actual serious concepts. But that covers that period of time, late 1400s, early 1500s. That period is kind of called the early modern era. That's in historical context. The early modern era is the beginning of what led to today. And I think it's interesting because that is the period that brought ancient and older Catholicism into, again, the modern era from there, and is, I'd say, very important for the reshaping. So that covers all kinds of things. That covers the process of Spain finally achieving the Reconquista. It also discusses, because this guy would go to the Spanish archives and found the actual documents to talk about things that happened, again, 500 years ago. You can still do that. The Spanish archives were so prolific, or their archive system was so sophisticated, that you can literally find the archive. You can find court cases from 500 years ago, just in an archive somewhere, right? So it really was. It was quite. It's not hugely difficult to research for people who have access and could speak Spanish. It also covers things such as the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, which it gives a lot of context and a lot of the story of the lead up to it. And another thing is, he seems honest in a way. He's not. He is a Catholic. The author is a Catholic. He's probably the first ever Catholic historical writer in the English language, who you can kind of trust, if that makes sense. He worked in the earlier 1900s, but he was very heavily criticized and cancelled by people at the time. Not on the face of what he had said, not for things he said, not for getting things wrong, but they accused him of being a Catholic supremacist. They accused him, obviously, of being an anti-Semite. That always comes up because he mentioned Jews once. So they accused him of all kinds of things, and that kind of put him into the down low. But I actually think he's quite important. And he wrote a number of books, not a huge amount, but he wrote a number of books. And I would say Isabella of Spain is probably a good start, because at the same time it might surprise you, because it's not like the kiddie books where everything's all, the children books where it's all, you know, fine and sunshine. It's like, no, the bad Catholics did bad things. There were bad things that happened. There were bad social things that would go on, that the church was fighting against, and that good Catholics were fighting against. And it's I'd say it's interesting for opening your eyes, if that makes sense. Like just sort of opening a new world of ideas on how to view history. Again,
So
though,
the book is Isabella of Spain by
William Thomas Walsh.
cool. All right, that's
However,
good.
if
Oh yeah,
you
go
speak another language, there are probably far more better books you could find, but I can't recommend them.
ahead. Well, what we'll do, because we do have some more cool stuff to get through, or not cool, but
Yep.
interesting. I'll put a note here that we'll take a quick break.
Yep.
So, what do you reckon, like 3 to 5 minutes or something?
Yep.
And then we'll come back and finish it off. So, everyone who's
No
been
worries.
tuning in, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for your comments, and a massive special thanks. Let's quickly go through. So, Seabass, thank you for the $10. Laser Sale, thank you for the $1.99, and Moores 4,000, thank you for the $2. That's going, the net value is going to go straight to Alexander. So really appreciate that. And we'll take a quick intermission now and be back within the next 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm back. I made a quick coffee while I was.
That's a good move. Good work. Alrighty. Well, we can take off this intermission and we can jump back into it. So I think, Chan, we were up to the point where you were talking about how England was abolishing slavery, but it actually brought about this new regime of indentured servitude, which actually was more cruel and more inhumane and unjust than the previous slavery regime.
In many ways it was, but more importantly, it was more financially viable for the British system. It basically gave them an endless supply of guilt-free laborers at a how do you say, at a cost which they could almost dictate. That was the point where the cost was determined, or the wage was determined by what the employer supposedly wanted to pay. The people had no way actually of deciding. Like, say, they supposedly could, but here's the thing: once you've been transported to the other side of the world on a trip that takes half a year, what are you gonna actually? No, I don't like the wages. I'm going to go back. It's like, oh, Ria, how are you going to get the money to pay to go back? You know, that sort of thing. Interestingly enough, as a side note, that indentured servitude system still exists today quite prolifically in, I think, not to get in too much trouble, but in, I think, Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia, they still have a system like that. They still have a system like that. You can find videos on it where and stories and things, exposés, where again they have agents in India, actually India as well. They go to where people are poor, basically where they can find people who are willing, and they say, hey, you know, blah 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 blah, we'll get you a job in Abu Dhabi for however long, or Dubai. I get all the words: Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. I need to have a map in front of me to get all the words right. But whatever it is, we'll take you here. I actually think it is Dubai. You'll come across, and then you'll work there. So they sign the contract, they go to Dubai. The company employing them says, oh, look, we're going to need your passports for legal reasons. We just need to fill out some paperwork, and then we have your passport. And then you want to go back home, but you haven't worked long enough yet, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, because without their passport, they can't go anywhere. That's just how it works. But so like,
they hold the passport hostage.
Basically, yeah. But so this thing, to a point, it's systems like that to varying degrees have always existed, and they probably always will to some degree. It just depends on where it is, whether it's like, you know, employment abuse, that sort of thing, or whatever. But yeah, so they brought in that system. That system was a huge driver, actually, towards Indian independence.
So when you say they, just to be clear for the audience, we're moving back to British, yeah.
Yeah. So that was a huge driver of the Indian independence movements, because, I mean, they're already being treated badly enough. But when this became so much more prolific, again, 1.5 million Indians were transported. Not a huge number compared to how many of them there are, but it's like, at the same time, it's still a huge number. And then the full story of what was happening was starting to make its way back to Indian people whose family members had left 20 years ago and they never saw them again. Like, what's going on there? So in so this is interesting. Cuba, which was a Spanish colony, was occupied by the British. This is still when they were in slavery. Was occupied by the British. They imported 4,000 slaves in 1 year, more than the previous 250 years of Spanish rule combined. Right?
Wow. So that's the Protestant versus Catholic system right there.
Yeah. In the same island. In 1762, British forces captured Havana, expanded the Cuban plantation system, imported 4,000 slaves from the British West Indies to work on them. This expanded the number of slaves in Cuba more than over the 250,000 years. So the Spanish, I think, eventually took over again, but the problem is that the plantation owners were still there, so they had to work within that. Again, it's hard to say exactly, because again, we're looking at history from a very broad brush at this point, if that makes sense. Things were different at different times. There are pockets of this, pockets of that. Exact details, like if I'm reading about a system, unfortunately, I'm unable, especially in the lead up to these, I'm unable to read like a full biography of everything that happened that year. Maybe in future we can do like much more targeted, compact, deep analyses of things like that. But again, that's just a prime example. They took over the same island and completely changed it to an absolute catastrophic mess.
Well, I think as well, and I think we've got at least, I want to go to that story of how...
Yeah, what was the one you were talking about?
In America, where the white person was found guilty of, they thought he was, and then what that actually brought about. And also actually, to America's credit as well, when the public realized, wow, this is happening. So I think there's a bit of a good story behind that. But I was going to say as well, just what you were saying, we can't go deep into every single little event, but as we look at what's happened throughout history, the difference in systems and the mentality, it's very clear, I would say, that this horrific slavery that has really been the main thing people talk about, slavery with these kind of abuses, this kind of unjust behavior. Realistically, it seems to be mostly attributable to the Protestant systems, and where the Catholic systems, and even if it was tolerated, we see that the church and the Catholic systems are actually more and more making slavery kind of leading to its abolition, as opposed to making it worse and going, no, we want this to be the worst way. So I personally think from the way what you've outlined is super clear there, and it's philosophical as well as theological, because of those. I think which probably intertwine, I'm guessing.
Well, absolutely,
those two.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's the religious difference does make a huge difference. And also, again, the single biggest factor, actually, I should get into this as well, is the place of religious personnel, I'm going to call it. So clergy. I have to call it like that because the Protestants had their own ministers and things like that. But so you also have a unique system in Spain, where I mentioned before about this more symbiotic as opposed to dominating. So they had a system which was granted, I think, again, in the time of Isabella of Spain. It was called the Patronato Real. Again, not perfect pronunciation, but basically the royal patronage, I think, for lack of an exact, that might be the exact, but for lack of an exact translation, the royal patronage, where the monarchs could nominate clergy, bishops, priests, missionaries, and things like that, who they thought were the best people for the job. The reason for this is because in the early modern era, before communication, Spain and Italy were kind of far away. It was not as easy as just hopping in a car or a train and going to Italy to talk, or hopping on the phone and saying, hey, Your Holiness, can this... So the problem they were having is that political forces in Rome, in the Vatican, were causing people to be promoted in the church in Spain who were not good. They were not the right people for the job, but they were connected. And this eventually resulted in so many complaints from the Spanish monarch saying, this guy was appointed a bishop. That's terrible. He's like, what? And then eventually the popes basically agreed, and the Pope at the time was satisfied at the sincerity of the monarch. And he said, you can do it. You can nominate it. I don't know exactly what the full process was, but they would nominate them and the church would sign off on it. Now, they picked people who were good for the job. They did not pick political tools, so to speak. You have in Portugal, they had a system called the padroado, which is basically the same thing, but the Portuguese monarch the king could just appoint the new clergy. Portugal's a much smaller country. It's a much more intimate country, I would say. And so there's something to say that that allows more centralized control. That's something that people, I think, often is lost on a lot of people, because a lot of people are opposed to big government and huge countries and all that. And it's like, yeah, but at the same time, smaller countries have been able to exert huge amounts of control over people because it's just small. It's just easier. It's harder to dominate larger numbers of people. Only some bureaucratic systems or administrations have managed to achieve that. So they had a system there where you see they would actively appoint clergy who would just become talking pieces for the monarch, because the monarch could also remove them. So then that created a system where the church in Portugal did actually, unfortunately, become a tool of the state. The Portuguese clergy, and actually, ironically and kind of sadly enough, the Portuguese and American clergy were the last to stop advocating for unjust enslavement. Even the Catholic clergy in both of those countries, even when the church, even Pope Leo XIII actually spoke about slavery, and when that reached America, there were clergy saying, "Yeah, but what did that mean though? How does that manifest? What does that mean?" And then it would be like, "Well, this is what it means," and they're like, "Yeah, but what does that mean?" Like the problem is that some of these clergy in some places would be a product of that society. That's just how it works. Especially when you get to a period where you do. America's a very far away country from Europe. It's like, yeah, back in when Europe was just Christendom was in Europe, everything, well, it was very far away for the time, but it was still closer. You know, you could pull people up. Like you look at when Spain was trying to manage their empire, it would take 6 months for a letter to reach the monarch and then 6 months to go back. So someone would say, the monarch would say, you know, "Hey, I need you to stop doing this. This is terrible." And then a year later, he'd get a letter back. "Yeah, but what do you mean by that?" And it's like, "Well, you gotta do this." And then a year later, "Oh, sorry, could you just clarify?" It's like, okay, you're just stalling for time now. Like it would take that long. And so people would actually make use of the fact that you couldn't just hash it out over text. You know what I mean?
Interesting. And I think, look, I was just thinking about this. We've really, and because just looking at, you know, what seem to be historical facts, the British Empire has kind of copped at this particular live stream. But to go to, I guess, more modern developments, can we give now the English government credit? Have they dealt with slavery? How did that actually work? And, you know, just did you want to give a bit of context around that?
Slavery was basically pried out of their whitened knuckles. Basically,
so they can't even get credit for the abolition of.
Not that it only ended at Indian. Actually, well, let's get the exact dates. But basically their reign of terror did not end until they lost their empire. That's how it worked.
Right.
They didn't manage it well even to the end, and even when they ended it, they managed it badly. And then, I'm sorry to say, in the last 100 years after World War II, I'd say that there's probably a lot of English people who are still quite critical of how they've run their own country. Like it's yeah. Again, though, in the last 100 years, most countries have really messed it up.
Yeah, that's right.
so that doesn't make them unique.
And Britain being mostly Protestant, I mean, King Henry VIII, you know. So I just feel that's really interesting that the really Protestant nation was like still right into slavery and trafficking, and it, like you said, got pried out of their hands because they lost it. But hey, if they believe that if God wants you to have it, you'll have it. So they can take solace in the fact that God doesn't want them to have that power anymore. So at least they can apply that.
Well, exactly.
What's really interesting as well in America, how you told that story, and you might want to give some more context. I think that's a really good story for the audience. I found that interesting.
Yeah, so there was a story when the vagrancy laws hit America, where they basically found out a new way of forcing the freed slaves into, again, indentured servitude under slave conditions. There was a story where a guy was arrested for vagrancy. He was picked up for vagrancy. He was taken to the court. He was sentenced. He was marched out. There was a plantation owner who saw him, said, "I can pay your fine," blah, 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 blah. And then he goes to work on the plantation. Now, this becomes a newsworthy event. Again, this is the story from what I heard, as best as I can recall. I don't remember exactly where I came across it, but basically it becomes a newsworthy event because his family come looking for him. So I think this happened in Florida. I think it was in Florida. So his family come looking for him. The problem is he was white. He was not an African. His family had never been slaves. It's just somewhere along the line, there was a policeman and a whole system who thought, we can start picking up anybody for vagrancy now, because it just turned into, because all of them were making money along the line. The judge made money, the policeman would make money, everyone was getting a cut. So then they started like trying to get what they could. So they picked up this guy, he was white, his family came looking for him. They were like, what the heck's going on here? He gets freed, it hits the news. And then the American public, the like general American public, for the first time ever, realized, wait a second, is this actually happening? So because this will be somewhat insulated. Like America's a big place. America has, 50 states, right? All the states had different systems, and the slave states, who had then been forced to free their slaves, were dealing with the labor system. And so it was, this is the labor system. But again, just because something's happening somewhere doesn't mean everybody knows about it.
And you can say the same for England. I'm sure there would have been a lot of British people, but probably even Protestants, who, if they knew about how much slavery was going on, they'd be thinking, this is disgusting. So to give,
the problem you have there is that they did know about it because there were people going around talking about it and trying to tell everyone about it. So the abolition movements were constantly doing it, right?
Okay, so America was a bit different, actually. The American nation was a little bit different.
They were kind of trying to hide it, some of them. Again, it's hard to say exactly what people knew at a certain time unless you have documentation. Like you have documentation, like the abolitionist movement in Britain was saying, look at our slaves. Or no, they were actually saying our indentured servitude, our indentured servants are being treated worse than Spanish slaves. What's the deal there, right? This was actually going on. They were arguing in Parliament. Like it was an actual movement. And people were like, yeah, I don't know, man. Again, it's hard to know exactly what's going on in the general public's mind, or who knows what, or who's convinced of what, who believes, because you can hear stories of stuff going on and you're like, but is that true though? Like you're to a point, you can't take everything on face value. And so this becomes big news. This causes, again, I haven't studied too much of how America got left the indentured servitude system. I kind of just looked at the system of how it worked, but this caused the public to fully understand how it worked. And again, the other thing was the local governments, the state governments in America did add an extra layer of insulation, because in a centralized state, I'm not a huge fan of hugely centralized state, but in a centralized state, stuff makes its way back, if that makes sense. There aren't as many high tiers,
like in Spain, as you were saying earlier.
Yeah, well, that did have tiers, but they were so heavily connected. But in America, with the state governments, technically the states are the supreme ruler of the supreme, the supreme government of their state. It's technically how it's meant to be. Not everything makes its way back to the federal government, so states could just insularly impose different things. Like all the states that had the banning on literacy, they all did it on a different year. It wasn't a nationwide thing. That in the early 1900s, early era, you kind of have to look at America as almost, again, well, it was a confederation of different countries. Arguably, it was a confederation of different countries, and the federal government was a treaty organization to unite them. It's very similar actually to how Australian Federation works. We are technically one country, but the federal government is the result of arguably a treaty signed between the states, giving authority to a federal government. But that means, and more so in America, and especially back then, the states could do lots of stuff, and the next state over might not even know, like they wouldn't even think about it.
So what then happened when this white person was taken into slavery, and then the family came looking for them and went, "What is going on here?" Then it hit the news of, "Hey, this is actually how these black slaves are being treated, and what's going on down in Florida and other parts of America." What actually happened?
I'm not exactly certain of the exact process of how it went down, but once it entered the public consciousness enough, there was still plenty enough abolitionists in America to jump on it. So, but I'll just look at this.
And it'd be interesting. Maybe we could end on. It'd be interesting as well. You're telling some things of when blacks, like the slavery or segregation. I can't remember exactly, but in America, what was changing then the laws, but also how some of the people that were kind of not good were pushing for it because there were some nefarious ways they could take advantage. I think that'd be really interesting to talk through as well before we wrap up.
What was this one? Sorry, say again.
So I don't know if it was the segregation. Segregation laws.
Yeah.
Something with slavery, but you said there was something just while we're on the topic of the blacks, because it's quite prevalent still, right? Like there's still a lot of fallout, and I think it's really important to acknowledge that, like, there was by Protestant system pretty bad treatment that has impact for generations, right? And I just think it's interesting to give that context. I feel like it's really pivotal and just important to understand.
Well, I think if we're honing in on the American societal system at the time, I think we need to point out that whiteness, so the concept of white as a race, was invented by Protestants to form a uniting Protestant uniting Protestant identity. So one thing you find interesting is that in most European languages, there is no word white to refer in a racial context. So the Spanish and the French, racially, we're Spanish, we're French. Don't call us anything close to the French. That's disgusting, right? Every single one of them had the word black, by the way, for Africans. Interestingly, Africans, from what I can tell, I don't know every single African language. There are so many. But from what at first glance, it seemed that Africans didn't seem to have a word black to refer to racial identity, but every single one of them had one for white to refer to other
makes
people.
Logical. It makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Logical.
The only language that had white as a racial identifier was English. Now, the seeds of this happened in Britain because Protestant countries, some much worse than others, were absolutely falling into a complete mess, because every single Protestant reformer, their idea, and this started with Luther, was, we're reforming the church. There will be one church. I am God's prophet. That was Luther. Then Calvin came along and said, "Oh, I'm going to be God's prophet too." And Luther's like, what? No. There's only one. And Luther's like, no. Your Bible, I can totally do it as well. And then they're like, oh, the Protestant splits were never intended by the Protestants. They didn't realize the effects of individual conscience and sola scriptura. They didn't know what was going to happen until it was way too late. And then the rest of the people were like, this is great. We can just start our own. So Britain, or England, it wasn't Britain yet. Britain as well, actually, ironically enough, Britain as an identity was also invented as a Protestant unifying force in the British Isles when they united, because all of the British countries or the British kingdoms were different strains of Protestant. Obviously, the Anglicans were in England. There were Calvinists in, I think it was Calvinists in Scotland. And so basically they had to come up with a bigger identifier, and they copied some of what the Spanish composite monarch did, but they imposed it inorganically. So that was invented actually as a Protestant identifying force because they couldn't unify England, Wales, Scotland under anything else. So then the concept of white comes up, and so whiteness, when it made its way into America, you start seeing Protestants talking about it, explicitly was a Protestant unifying force. And so as an example, so you find this, some people find this weird when they come across it. Irish were not white. They were never considered white in the early days because they were Catholic. If you were Catholic, you couldn't be white. That's just how it worked. English, French, Germans who were Catholic were considered less white. And in fact, this is actually an interesting thing, is that arguably white was almost not even a racial identifier. It was more of a cultural identifier, because they said, there are quotes of people saying, Catholics who come to Italians, actually Italians was another one, Italians and German Catholics who come to America, they must accept the Protestant values in order to become more white, to become a member of our white society. One of the reasons they did that as well, so it was coupled with the racial identity thing. One of the reasons they did that as well is that slaves and Catholics were both treated so badly in early America that they were teaming up. So the blacks and the Irish were like the brotherhood back in the day, the Catholic brotherhood. Yeah. Then, unfortunately, some very intelligent Americans caught on. They brought in the racial hierarchy. This allowed the Irish to be, instead of it being Protestant and then bleh, everybody else, it was, well, now there's an in-between. There's white, but not quite white, not white enough to be a full-blooded American. There's black. There's one drop of black blood makes you black. That was another policy, is the one drop policy. One drop of black blood meant you were black. Irish or Catholics, well, they're a little bit white, so they get treated a little bit better. And it was actually intentionally made to sunder the
divisive.
Sorry?
It was a divisive.
Yeah, it was intended to divide the Irish and the Catholics from any level of kinship towards the blacks, because it basically was a way of almost manipulating and coercing the Catholics to take part in this Protestant society. And in order to do that, unfortunately, they had to turn their backs on the black people who were being treated badly. And unfortunately, a lot of them did dip into that. Obviously, at the time, it's like, hey, we get treated a little bit better, but it's not that they were treating anyone badly themselves, but that's what it was meant.
It's not like they did anything. Like on a personal level, it's like, well, hey, I'm now not getting persecuted as much so I can live my life. I'm not necessarily there with the whip. But if you have that scale, it's like, from the people in charge, like orchestrating that, it's very effective. It makes sense.
So I would argue that there is 100% a logical basis for someone saying, well, no, I'm not actually white because I'm Catholic. Basically. And in fact, I was thinking about this is on a different, this is riffing more. You know, the old white Anglo-Saxon Protestant WASP. You've probably heard of that. White
Not actually WASP, but maybe I have actually. It does ring a bell.
Yeah,
Think about.
that used to be like the class, the top class of American society. Those were the three attributes: white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. Every single one of those is basically an identifier for Protestant, because one thing the Protestants realized is, hang on, which countries absolutely fell to Protestantism? England, Germany, Scandinavia, all the overwhelmingly fair white countries actually fell into Protestantism. And so they thought, oh, this is perfect. We have a unifying force here. We're all white, or we're all a little bit white. Also, I think my favorite thing, Catholics from those countries were identified as, well, they're swarthy. They're not white, they're swarthy, which is basically a word that means kind of darkish, a little bit dark.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, a lot of members of our family would probably be considered swarthy after summer if we've been in the sun. Like, I'm not like, that's how it was. Is that they basically, they made color almost the way that Germany now has color parties. So, like, all political parties have a color, if that makes sense. They just adopt a color. Like here, Liberal and Labor, red and blue. In America, Democrat and Republican, red and blue. But some people actively identify, some countries actively say the blue party or the red party, all of this. That's basically what it was, is that they turned it into an almost political identifier, but it was different shades of black to white. And, you know, so if you were a prophet, you were the most white of them all, I guess. You could get more white depending on how many Bibles you had. No, I made that one up. I don't know if that ever happened.
But so tying it back now to what happened in America.
Yep. So basically, that racial identity was invented already after the Catholic Church had banned it. The church had already banned denigrating black people, and then they came around and invented white. So basically, that happens there. Let me just check. What were we talking about leading up from that? So they invented that system that allowed the enslavement of blacks in general. Obviously, it was, well, now that was when they fully shifted into the racial-based society. Different countries would have different, even Catholic countries would have different classes, and that was considered kind of fine, depending on how well you treated people. But it was not. It was only mildly connected to race, but that's a whole other discussion, if that makes sense. So they have that. You go. Here's an actual comment. Unite white Americans under race rather than economic class. Make poor whites identify with wealthy whites instead of poor blacks. Give them just enough privilege that they wouldn't risk it by helping more oppressed black workers. That's the quote that I've got here. So that was the whiteness. So what you have from that, leading to the indentured servitude, obviously after the enslavement or the emancipation. Now, I need to find, where's the exact? I searched for something because you wanted to touch on to going into like the segregation system as well.
Yeah, you just sort of, you know how you said, I think they were like they then started, these black people started forming their own economies, but then and there's something about the fact that they were like they had to educate their children, but they were banned for being taught literature. I thought that I forgot all the context, but I remember it being interesting.
Yeah. So the Black Codes, also known as the Jim Crow era, 1865, 1866, immediately post-Civil War. laws modeled on former slave laws intended to limit the new freedom of emancipated African Americans. So you have a system, again, a system which prides itself on being very judicial and legalistic, but they had a different legal system for blacks and whites. That's just how it worked. Is that there was a different legal system for blacks and whites. Prohibited blacks from voting. Prohibited, one of those inalienable rights that are due to all men. Prohibited purchasing or leasing land in certain areas. Prohibited testifying in court against whites. Again, this is after they were free. Prohibited bearing arms or congregating. Vagrancy laws, forced into labor contract. Convict leasing. Black men convicted for vagrancy used as unpaid labor. So basically, when this is where it ticks. When federal troops were removed from the U.S. South at the end of Reconstruction in the late 1870s, so after the federal government won the Civil War, the troops were there for another 5 years. When they left, the troops left, those legislatures began passing Jim Crow laws that reestablished white supremacy and codified the segregation of whites and blacks. I don't even like using white, supremacy, so to speak, but it is the point that it was establishing the hierarchical system. As soon as the federal government stopped being involved, which is kind of another telling thing, is because they couldn't do it when the federal government was there, was there making sure that everything was going around. So after Reconstruction, Southern legislatures passed laws requiring segregation of whites and blacks on public transportation. Within a few years, that was considered declared unconstitutional. So you have a system now of segregation that has popped in. Segregation began as a result of the racial, the whiteness identity, because they said, well, hang on, if there's white and there's black and white's great and black's bad, they can't mix them. They can't hang out together because they'll corrupt each other. Or the white will be corrupted because they'll be made black. So that's when they brought in the marriage laws, or the anti-race mixing laws, which was so opposed by the Catholic Church, it's not even funny. So the reason why they could do that is because, again, like we mentioned before, Protestant societies don't view marriage as a sacrament. Therefore, it can be just handed off to the state. The church says, no, that's not how it works. The early 1900s saw the formation in America of the, the Catholic Interracial Council, which was a Catholic movement who were actively attacking the legislatures of different states to allow black and white people to marry each other. Because what would happen is a black and a white person, right? So wherever they were from, they would get married in the church, and the state would say, no, you're not married. It's against the law. Wait, you got married? Well, someone needs to go to jail. The Catholic Church was obviously marrying these people. And the state was saying, no, we're not legally recognizing that. We already have it. So we're technically banning that marriage. This is reprehensible and just completely in opposition to old Catholic principles. So it was the Catholics in the 1900s who caused, through their heroic works, who caused the eventual abolition of the anti-race mixing laws in a number of those states. But all of this led to the segregation was an enforcement of the white racial theory of, that back and forth. They're separate. Well, then if they're so separate, they need to be kept separate. So segregation continued into the after the emancipation. At some point, like I mentioned, that white guy got hit for vagrancy, and that caused a public backlash, which I don't know exactly when the legal reforms happened, but the legal reforms always seem to coincide with something else that might not have been worse, but was better for people. So then we have a system here, the Jim Crow expansion. So every time the judges would say, no, that's illegal, they'd say they play real sneaky and get something else in. So the Jim Crow expansion, a lot of people probably know about this. Jim Crow laws segregating schools, parks, businesses, sports, churches, you know, that's already an overstep. Hospitals, many other areas of life. Blacks restricted from buying property in white sections of towns and cities. Many states passed miscegenation laws making it illegal for whites and persons of color to marry or cohabitate. So that's the process there. Again, hundreds of years before, in the Spanish colonies, the slaves and the masters went to the same church on Sunday, every Sunday. They'd be sitting next to each other in the pew. They'd make sure they were there. Hey, you got to make sure you catch the bus, you know, whatever. You know, yeah. So, but what you have happen here is when those the segregation laws really began to be noticeable after the abolition of slavery, after the emancipation. So they really become noticeable because now people are allowed to actually walk around after they stopped getting arrested. But what you have is there's a very important thing here. Jim Crow laws segregate schools. Now, we've already established that black people for probably 2 generations at this point have not been allowed to read. Who are the teachers at those schools? Well, they weren't allowed to be white people. They had to be black people. So they literally had to start from almost the Stone Age, actually. Like, if you really think about it, it was now not illegal to teach blacks how to read. So you could get training elsewhere, like people could do it. But black teachers were kind of in the same boat as students. You had a generation of people who were completely uneducated by legal requirement, now trying to teach the next generation of people. The fact that they were able to achieve anything was almost miraculous. So they had the segregation of schools, parks, businesses. Now, the businesses becomes a bit important, and I think this might have been something that interested you when we were talking about it. Is so if you have segregated businesses, what happens is a black guy says, well, I'm going to start a hairdressing, I'm going to start a barber shop. And it's obviously only for black people because I'm a black guy. So all the black people come to his shop. Now, they're all trying to start their own businesses for black people. So what they've built is an economy within the American economy. Now, I'm not as read up on all of this because I actually didn't know that we will be covering off on this at the moment. So I'm sort of just going from what my memory is. There's much more to learn about this. Obviously, everyone can go research and find all kinds of details. And again, you don't know, different states could have been different. But back to like caveats aside, so you start to have an economy building within the American economy, which is not really being a huge contributor to general American economy because it's segregated, but it's a growing economy. It's becoming quite powerful for themselves. And they basically have said, well, if we're not allowed to live inside general American society, we're going to have to just build our own. We're just going to have to build our own. And so they started doing that. Now, when segregation ended, there are all sorts of more modern theories that wasn't some sort of magnanimous, how do you call it, humanitarian act. Were you going to say something?
No, I was going to say it wasn't necessarily out of the goodness of the heart of the people who orchestrated it.
Yeah. So, like, as a tie-in, one thing I've said before is the only thing worse than the colonization of Africa, for Africa, the only thing worse than the colonization of Africa was the decolonization of Africa. The only thing worse for the Africans than segregation was the way they desegregated. And that was ripping a bandage off, basically. So what you have is they had finally started to reach a point, and I'm not saying that the segregation was good, That's
But what
up
you're
for.
saying is they were able to actually do things with it, and they started actually making progress. They started building things.
Exactly. So they started to achieve building their own society. There actually is another case in history or I would say in biblical history, where a sub-society grew so powerful that the Pharaoh decided to enslave all of the Hebrews. However, the Americans couldn't do that because they just freed them. So they had to do something else, even more drastic. But it's actually a concept throughout history that sub groups within a society eventually do threaten the overwhelming, the broader society, maybe not even on purpose, maybe not actually. It's more so that the broader society can feel threatened, especially the seat of power, by a powerful force within that society who isn't part of that society. But the people in power at the time of segregation, they were not known as particularly progressive people, as far as I'm aware. I don't remember exactly who the president was. Some Americans might know off the top of their head who the president was during desegregation, who brought about the end of it. But he didn't seem like a particularly, or I would say he still seemed like he was a bit racially prejudiced. He didn't seem to be a lover of black people, right? But you can see the immediate effects of desegregation, which were in some cases quite bad for the black people. Again, this isn't to say that they should have kept segregation, but it is to say that there are ways of doing things, and you can do things well and you can do things bad, and it's a neutral, depending on how you do it, determines whether it's good or bad. So what you immediately have is the complete destruction of black businesses, so to speak, because when segregation became a bad thing, then it was like, well, hang on, you black people, you shouldn't just go to your black segregated place. You can go to white businesses now. You can go to that, exercise your freedoms. White people still weren't going to go to the black businesses because there were just so many more white businesses to go to. You wanted a haircut, you wouldn't go to the black barber unless he was next door, and even then you might not. And then it's like, yeah, but like it's just because that's the one I normally go to. I'll go further to get to there. So what you have is this cut into the I guess you'd say, what's the word? This cut into the customer base of the black economy. So that happens there. Then
I think one important point, which you might have been wanting to touch on, but the way I see it is, you have to take into account that context that these people were banned, or essentially it was outlawed for them to be taught and educated. So what you've then got is, okay, they start building a sub economy, and they can deal with that. And then suddenly you go, actually, you know what? You're competing against everyone. By the way, good luck, because you have, as a people, you've got a lot of education to catch up on, which we caused. So I'm sure you love us, but hey, you can compete with us now. You can see how the math doesn't really look too fair.
Oh yeah, like that's the thing, is that you look throughout history, some societies took hundreds of years before they were able to become like quite functional. But oftentimes that the processes they would go through, obviously, it functioned for the individual person trying to just live their life. But the process of education takes generations, right? And we're only 4 generations now removed from all of those people being banned from learning how to read. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but yeah, exactly. They now had to they had to compete in the broader economy. That's just how it worked. They had to compete in the broader economy, and they were well outnumbered by other highly educated people. And so that's the process. That's the process there. I'm not saying that, again, I'm not saying they should have kept segregation, but there are better ways of handling things. There are better and worse ways of handling.
I think the key point here is, again, because this is about Protestant versus Catholic history, the Catholic system. The Catholic system is always, okay, how do we take what we've got and make this as fair as possible for the slaves and make it better and better and better and better and better and better? Whereas as we're seeing with the Protestant system, it's always, okay, now we've got pressures that we have to abolish slavery and stuff, but we still have this white Protestant supremacy weird thing going on. So we're always going to try to do it in a way that's always unfair to the person. And we're always going to, I don't know if that's happening these days, because I don't know how prevalent, I mean, atheism is probably more prevalent in some ways, but just looking at history, I think the clear picture is that every single stop on the way, these Protestant natures or Protestant systems are always trying to be as unjust and squeeze as much as possible for their personal gain. Even when they're abolishing it, they're thinking, how can we put this to our advantage at the expense? But if you look at the Catholic system, they took such a different approach.
Well, I absolutely don't think that the DEI, the diversity, equality, inclusion, I don't think that system is doing any favors to those people. I think it's actually causing people, unfortunately, rightly so, to mistrust potential diversity hires. Like, if you're hired on the basis, again, in all of their steps to move away from making decisions based on race and to make it equal, they've now turned into, well, now you have to hire people based on race. It's like, how hard is it? Like, how hard is it to get it right? I think it's all just so, sometimes things are just handled so badly, you've got to wonder if it's an accident.
What's behind it? Yeah, it is a point.
And again, it's not good for those people either. It's not good for people to be a diversity hire. Like, in any sense of the word. No, I mean, no one likes a nepotism hire. Like, you hear that in big family businesses or whatever. It's like, if someone's hired just because they're the boss's son, and he's really bad at his job, everyone hates him. That's just how it works. If he's really, really, really good at his job, then it's like, well, he wasn't hired just because he was the son. That was just an extra tick in the box. But if people are hired just because they're black or just because they're an immigrant or whatever, it's like, well, if they're good at their job, it doesn't matter. That's how it works. But the problem is it opens it up to, well, are they good at their job, or were they just picked from a small pool of people who didn't have to work so hard to get in? Like, that's
theoretically, I would think a better system would be okay. Let's just look at the blacks as an example. And obviously, I don't know the full context, but just talking broad strokes hypothetically here. Seems to me it would be a better system to do something on the lines of, okay, you now have to compete, but what we're going to do is we're going to give you some more means of educating whatever they do, as opposed to mandating, this person must be hired X, Y, Z.
Yeah, well, they can still get the same they can now get the same education if they can pay for it and they can get in and blah, blah, blah. America is such a highly, I would say, it's such a higher education society. Like, they really, really prize that to the point where it's kind of almost lost its meaning, because it's not about what you've learned or how you've done it. It's the fact that you've been there.
And now you have people who fall out of school at year 10 and start a trades business and start making double or triple what these post students with all these loans are making.
Yeah, work is work. Work's coming back. But yeah, so like, in that system, those people can get an education. I did see an argument once where it was some podcast between some people. I don't want to shout out. I don't really want to shout out other podcasters or public viewers, but I don't want to plagiarize anyway. But just as a quick example, this guy was talking about Charlie Kirk, actually. So there was a right-wing person and a leftist, and he said, there's a quote from Charlie Kirk where Charlie Kirk supposedly said, if I hop on a plane and I see that the pilot is a black man, I worry that he's a diversity hire, and that means that he's not as good a pilot as other people, right? Now, the point he was making is, I hate the fact that I even have to think that. I hate the fact that that's a worry, because You should hop on a plane. Don't care who the pilot is. They should all have the same education. That wasn't a racist thing. The point was that the DEI has, again, it's almost making people have to think racially because they're thinking racially.
The system makes people, yes, people aren't stupid, and they will, well, they are. Some people are. I mean, actually, everyone's stupid to a degree, but as in, people aren't that stupid, and people will see things, and they will raise questions in their mind based on that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we probably should end it there, Chan. You've been here for over 3.5 hours, so thanks very much for that.
That's like a normal talk around the table.
That's the normal talk around the table. Yeah. But this is looking at a computer screen. So to everyone who commented, and especially those who donated, so the net of the donations will go to Alexander. So thank you very much. That is amazing. As well, if you're watching this afterwards, hit the like button if you enjoyed this. It does help. Feel free to put your comments in. Any topics that you want to dive in further with Alexander. Do you want him to come back? Anything like that, pop it in the comments. It helps us. Chana, are there any final things you'd like to say before we wrap this one up?
I think it's kind of the main point overall to everything. I think there's a lot to be said that, again, I think we touched on this last time, the English-speaking world has been so heavily propagandized that even modern Catholics don't understand the better alternatives.
I agree with this. I think that even a lot of Catholics think that they've got these views that are influenced by Catholic ways and protecting your nation, which is true. Mm-hmm. But I think that when you look at history, you then start to think, oh my gosh, that default possible way of thinking, all those comments that I hear, or things that I might have just thought without even thinking about it, I'm now questioning, because I'm thinking, wait, is that a Catholic view or is that a Protestant view, which the Catholic Church has been speaking against for years? I think that's a really important point.
Yeah. This is the problem, I think, that some Catholics need to, because again, this is about Catholicism to a point. Again, it's also about truth, and that also is about Catholicism, because if there's something I've said that I've gotten wrong, or there's details or whatever, and people find it, and they can feel free to say it, because I mean, people are only as good as their sources to a point. Again, I'm speaking as an amateur. I'll say I read it for like the love of it, sort of thing, not professionally. So yeah, if people find other details or more context, it's always welcome. And again, people, the more interested you are in it, the more you should sort of look around and see if you can find details. But being Catholic means that you do love the truth more than anything. The truth is what's most important. So if the truth is Catholics did bad things, which they did, which they have done, absolutely, that should be talked about. But you can't have the double standard of tolerating other people's lies. And you need to, I think Catholics also need to really get in their heads that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, the English language was a weapon against Catholicism. And that is actually, that's just a fact. It was a weapon against Catholicism. And it was not until the 1800s and then the 1900s that you can now have some English-speaking people who were Catholics. You've got G.K. Chesterton, you have Hilaire Belloc. They finally started to come in, and yeah, you can quote them and say, oh, well, look, well, hey, we've got them too. It's like, yeah, but the Spanish language has them for thousands of years. Well, not thousands, but 1,000 years. French has it for, 1,000 years. This is just how it was. We only just started getting Catholic advocates in English before Vatican II basically blew everything out of the water. That's basically what happened.
I heard someone saying that England was sort of more on track, and Catholicism was really starting to gain some traction more in England until Vatican II came in and kind of just
absolutely
obliterated. So to give credit to the English there, you were on a good trajectory, but then Vatican II kind of ruined that.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the world had actually just started to pick itself up. The interwar period, as in between the wars, 1917 and World War I and World War II, the church's place in the world had hit its all-time low. It had actually just tanked so badly, and this is actually marked it was encapsulated in at the Treaty of Versailles when and the meetings between the people at the end of World War I. I'm pretty sure the President of America refused to let any Catholic church representatives attend. He said no. And that was when Europe went, oh, whoa, this hasn't happened for 2,000 years, right? And that was when he said, this is a secular world now. And that's what happened. And between the war, the church hit its absolute lowest point. They were trying to deal with the Soviet Union. They were trying to deal with communists. They were trying to deal with the socialists. They were trying to deal with the National Socialists and the fascists and all these things. And they really actually handled it quite badly because they were trying to play an older game of thinking you can trust people, but you couldn't. In the interwar world, you couldn't trust Stalin. You couldn't trust these people, and so they would give concessions and all that. After World War II is kind of when the church said, actually, no, everything's a mess. We need to start from scratch. Like we need to really build it up. And that is what started to work. And they started building, they started gaining traction, and then it hit Vatican II.
Thanks, Vatican II. Appreciate it.
Well,
interesting. And I guess that was a good place to end, but any final comments or just quick bullet points, if you wanted to drive any key messages home, do you have any more to add?
Well, I think, again, the main thing is you need to look at history from a contextual perspective. There was a different time to now, and in the march of the church through social progress, they oppose things, tolerate them, try to restrict them, and then once they are banned, then it's forever. That's how it works. So the church was always moving towards eventual ban of slavery. And I think this is the biggest point for the abolition movements in Protestant societies and among the Catholic nations is the Catholic Church has always run, like I said towards the beginning, on the society must fix itself. You can't just top down impose these things because then people do bad things to get around it. So the society has to fix itself. So the church's view is you have to change hearts and minds. People need to be convinced, and the society as a whole or a majority must make these good decisions, which is why in Protestant countries, when the government just was like, we're going to fix it, top-down imposition, oh, that's not working. It didn't work because we tried to do this. They work on a reactive and almost a dominating perspective. And I would say one of the big civilizational differences is that the modern world of ideologies and the Protestant world works on power, if that makes sense. It works on power dynamics, which is also a lefty phrase, so don't try me in. Whereas the church civilizations work on authority, if that makes sense. You might think it's like they're similar words.
So what is the difference? Is authority more about like respect for authority, where power is more about no, we will just if we can get it done by brute force, that's what's going to bring about the changes.
Yeah,
is that what you mean? Something else.
The system of authority is basically an interconnected hierarchy of mutual obligations. The systems built on power are a constant conflicts of rights. So poor, lower class people, they're fighting for their rights. Governments are fighting for their rights against each other. Whereas the most long-standing civilizations in Catholic history, I don't even know if you come across the word rights because they have obligations. The authority has an obligation to its people. the monarch has obligations and duties to the average person, to the slave, to everybody. And
so it's more like the onus is on the person in power, so to speak, to keep providing a fair whatever they do to the person below them, and that goes down the chain. Whereas the other side is actually people lower fighting upwards for rights. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's almost a bit more complicated. It's kind of hard, I think, for a modern system to fully understand, in as much as the authority system is an interconnected of mutual obligations.
So even the people, I see what you're saying. So the people below also has an obligation upwards.
Everyone has obligations to it. This is why you see a big difference in Catholic marriage versus Protestant marriage. Like, the clergy say, the man as the head of the household, that does not mean he can be a tyrant. He's not allowed to do things because he has a duty to his wife and to his children, just as they have duties to him. And again, you see that in Catholic societies, a lot of modern right wing. I don't like the right wing. I call it the right wing. I call it the political circle, because
I hate the left right paradigm. I feel like it's so limited.
Yeah, well, I think I sort of was thinking about this recently, and if you're an anarchist, if you go one step further left, you become a libertarian.
So you're not a flat earther when it comes to
no. Well, we'll talk about that in a different one. But
it's like the risk board, like you go from, I think it's from like Alaska to something.
Kamchatka, I think it is. It was always the annoying one to say. Yeah, but so in Protestant societies, you had 500 years ago what Protestants and right-wingers view as a functioning marriage now, 500 years ago in Spain would have considered regressive and barbaric. It's like, what are you talking about? Your wife isn't property. You can't just, like, I mean, obviously we all, like, we're both married. We've all had the course. Things like you don't have a right to your wife's property and money. That's hers. She owns it. If she makes money,
if she has a side hustle, hustle and makes like more than I make, she has no obligation to contribute to the household at all.
I mean,
she can do what she wants with
it. Absolutely. Like, but that's that. And this is the funny thing is, unfortunately, and this is a little bit interesting. Unfortunately, English society actually had the foundations for the worst aspects of Protestantism before Protestantism even happened. Protestantism wasn't just a cause of bad things. It was almost like a justification for the worst aspects of the society to justify what they wanted to do. Again, like, not everything was peachy and rosy the day before the Protestant revolt, before the Protestant Revolution. The church was at loggerheads, at conflict with basically every single society at different points about human rights abuses. You can't treat people that way. What's his name? Saint Thomas of Becket was murdered in a church by his own, not his own monarch, by the nobility. England was a society on the road to functionality, but they got snatched up by Protestantism halfway through. England was a relatively young country, by the way, at this point, because the English country at that point was technically started in 1066, right? When the Normans invaded. But a lot of the European mainland countries, they had long traditional roots going back to like the 700s or even the 500s, like in France. Like, that's the thing, is that England was formed by a conquering invader in 1066. They were still ironing out the details, and they were on the right path, but it got cut short before they got there. What was the point we were making there? So
I was just going to ask real quick. So when you say they're like, Protestantism was used to justify certain ways, can you give some examples, or are you more talking about abuses of power by nobility and stuff, or?
So there was abuses of power by nobility. Uh, Look, we're almost. This almost has to be a conversation, the whole other conversation. But as an example, there's a very there's a common trend of. So some people point to Protestantism as well. It was so great because it allowed. You look at how well those countries did immediately afterwards. Kind of immediately afterwards, meaning in the next 100 years. It's not as close as you'd think. But what you see is the countries that, and this is why I actually kind of call it the Protestant Revolution, because every single one of them, except for England, but kind of, it was a revolution against the ruling order of that country, and every single one of them used Protestantism to introduce moral flexibility on some very important things that very heavily benefited that society afterwards. England, I think, was the only country that fell to Protestantism imposed by the top down. By the way, that's another unique aspect to them. Every single other one, that you would have monarchs who would become Protestant, but as far as the actual imposition of the Reformation onto England, it was unique in the way Henry VIII did it, and I think that's very telling of the situation he was in. He was the son. His father, Henry VII, was arguably a legitimized, but he was a rebel usurper who murdered the previous king to become a king, right? So Henry VIII was the second of his dynasty. That's why he was so obsessed with getting a son to continue the dynasty. It just put him in a very precarious position. And so in the Low Countries, for the Dutch and for the English, the restrictions on how you can treat people, the amount of money that they made from looting churches and monasteries and convents really kickstarted those economies as well. The Dutch actively, I mentioned this last time, I think, with the iconoclast fury, they were inspired by the Holy Spirit to just be moved to attack these churches with lists of valuables for them to melt down and sell as coin. Oh, wait, no, that didn't happen. No, it was obviously it was the Holy Spirit inspiring them.
Well, of course, if you get inspiration like that, it has to be from God directly.
And the biggest thing actually was money management. So the church had so heavily opposed usury that interest was kind of completely banned. Interest was completely banned because in the society at the time, money had a different attribute to now. Money was seen differently to now. Now you have capital, which is a different system to money back then.
And Bishop Sanborn has talked about this on his live streams, actually, how the church has always had the same view of interest, which is that in the money game before, unjust, but yes, you've got capital now, you've got risk, and the way the modern economy works is naturally, if you don't have $1 in your bank account, it's somewhere else. Just naturally, you're taking some sort of risk, whether it's you have it on hand to invest in an opportunity, you're putting it into an investment, like your savings account. It's just the nature of it now, but I don't think that was the same thing back then.
No, and actually, the reason why that has even happened is because the Protestant countries absolved themselves from those moral constraints and began to do it. They began to engage in all these things which had previously been banned. The Dutch are actually a perfect example because Holland and the Low Countries were controlled as part of the Spanish Empire. And when the Dutch started trying to sort of fiddle around with money lending, the Spanish said, no, that's not very Catholic of you, so we're not going to allow that. And they were like, yeah, but we're Protestants. And they were like, wait, what? And so then you lead to the 30 Years' War, or whichever one it was.
Well, so finish up.
Every single one of them had something which the church or other people were opposing, that when they became Protestant, they were like, well, I don't have to listen to you. You're Catholic, I'm Protestant.
And isn't it funny? That's the same. So it makes sense, human nature, because that's what happened for people who were in power and could get monetary gain. And I feel like we see it a lot, or saw it a lot, in terms of just the everyday person justifying divorce and remarriage. Protestantism is the perfect tool for that. So I guess you just see human nature using it. That it's just, hey, this is a tool we can use. Makes us feel good about ourselves because we believe in God. We're not the heathen. We're not like an atheist or we're not Pagani. We're a Christian. So it makes so much sense that that would happen.
Yeah, people don't like Protestants now. Protestants now are very different to Protestants back then. Protestants back then were literal.
Oh yeah, I know. Honestly, like, I'll be honest, some Protestants that I come across, just on a natural level, the way they act and speak, honestly, is actually a lot better than a lot of, well, I would say Novus Ordo.
Yeah.
Like loose. But that's going to be a cost. You're going to get loose Protestants as well. But I would agree. We have to draw that distinction. Definitely.
But people don't like to sort of, especially Protestants, but they don't like to think of the fact that the Protestant revolutions through Europe were so overwhelmingly run, organized, and controlled, not by the average person, but by some elite class who saw their opportunity. Again, Henry VIII, he was the king. He died. The problem with Protestantism in England was not Henry VIII, because kings die, and that's what happens. Bad kings do. This is not uncommon. Bad kings do really bad things. One day he's going to die. New king, hopefully going to fix it. Otherwise, maybe some legitimacy issues. The problem was not what he did. Obviously, it was, but like the problem was not what he did, but how heavily he caused the noble class to become connected to the Protestant revolt. All of the land he stole from the church, he didn't keep it for the monarch. He gave it to different nobles because he was actually a reasonably weak king. Ironically enough, he absolutely could just give an order and someone would be executed. But that was by the grace of the nobles who were basically flying high on the gravy train, which was, oh my gosh, the king is getting all of the church lands, all of the church wealth, and hey, if you want my help, if you want my support, yeah, I think, you should probably give me some of that. So he tied the noble class of England to the Protestant revolution. And even just still, as an example of the societal issues or turbulences in England leading up to this, I think I heard somewhere that from the year 1066, England had a civil war on average every 50 years, right? This is for 500 years. They were a very turbulent society. They were the first European country to execute a reigning monarch ever, in Christendom, obviously. So they absolutely were going through a process. The number of noble families in England had dropped by half, from like 80 to 40, or whatever it was. So you would have noble families. The social upheaval was so prevalent that there would be civil wars. They would genocide the whole other noble family so that they could take their lands, right? So you have a noble class just constantly eating each other up. The number of nobles has shrunk. This is more centralization. And then you have a king who's handing them out to a handful of people. They were the powerful class. And that's what always happened in all the Protestant revolts. Like in Germany, you had the peasant uprising, where I think the numbers are 100,000 peasants rose up in Germany against again, bad conditions. They weren't being treated well, rose up against the principalities, right?
So I was going to have to interrupt. I know it's about the 4 hour mark. We probably should wrap up soon. I'm just thinking, How, how does Val
Well-
feel about the fact that 4 hours of your Saturday?
Well, she wasn't awake when I started, so I don't know. I'm not sure if she's still there.
No,
The problem is we're getting into territory of a whole other show now.
Yeah, I think we need to stop it. So I think we'll need to cut it there because it's great, but I think we need to. But that's really good. But I think thanks very much for being on for 4 hours. That's amazing. Yep. So and thank you to everyone who donated as well. Yep. I will just say, Charlie, look, really brief. Anything else to just recap, like just to end on a punchy point on?
I think I've hit all the punch points. Like I think we've said all the punchy things.
Yeah, I think
I think again, if people are interested in anything, like feel free to look stuff up. It's very easy now especially in the age of AI. Again, if AI is not telling you what to do or what to think, but just finding resources and sources of things. And I think, that's the important thing is be interested and keep your eyes open.
Yeah, that's it. Well, thank you very much. I'll just do a quick spiel as well. So to everyone here, hope you enjoyed it. I'm guessing a lot of people weren't actually able to stay along the whole ride, and that's fair enough.
Probably had to sleep.
You can rewatch, yeah. So for those who, if you're still tuned in, or for those who are watching later, please do hit the like button if you did find it useful. There is a TR sale at the moment for you can get $50 USD off your first year on an annual membership. I think it's going to expire in 24 to 48 hours, so there's not much time. Real quick for anyone else in the live stream, I'm going to close this soon. So the super chat donations, which the net will go to the guest Alexander, who's been for 4 hours. So you got like a minute if you want to get that in. And that's pretty much it there. So thank you very much. And I'll just quickly talk actually about the TR membership benefit, just in case someone's going to give a super chat. I should have said that first. But so if you do get the TR membership, which is on a sale, annual membership, your first year is $50 off. You get complete access to all courses, 14 seasons of Restoration Radio, additional discounts as well on purchases on the books, and access to a whole lot there. So feel free to take advantage of that. All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Alexander. And thank you very much to the audience. And see you later. Catch you later.